I already picked my 2 characters.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome to the first of several Mutant Crawl Classic deep dives or playthroughs, whatever you want to call it. Tonight we're just going to do session 0 with our good friend Omenowl, who is back finally, keeping us waiting. Get your ass in here, you slacker.
You say that as you're the one that left me on read for no. No, just kidding.
Oh, shut up. Just for that, I'm putting you over here.
That's fine. Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
you're running
Yeah.
the show, not me.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're running the show. I'm just here to freaking crack stupid jokes.
Well, that's good because I'm glad to see all of that. First thing, of course, was figuring out what character sheets you need. And if you just give me the page numbers, and then
Okay.
I didn't even do any of that. I didn't know there was characters to go through or anything. I
put them
know
up
how
right above the pictures I sent you.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, look at me being a
50
slacker.
sheets
Well,
funneled.
at least I'm not as much a slacker as George. I don't know where he is. He's joining us.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
What's up, Robert Santon? 2918. Welcome to watch the hilarity and the nonsense. Give me a second.
If he shows up late, then you know what? He gets another, then he only gets to select out of the 46 pages left over.
So page 3 for a starter.
Okay.
I'll take that page. I'll just keep
all right.
through. I'll just print
Here
that
he
page.
goes, taking all the good characters, leaving me with shit.
Well, I'm finding it funny because he says page 3, and that's the one with some of the worst characters.
Yeah, I just thought the mutant with the symbiotic twin in the stomach was cool, and the other one was green.
Okay, what
cool.
Are they in game verification?
They are.
Yep,
yes,
game night verification.
PDF in there.
They're in game verification.
Okay. Give me a moment. I see some
and just
below. There's above. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me bring in George so he's not sitting there freaking waiting with his character sheet in his hand. I thought it was kind of funny.
Well, some of it is I have to put all the characters in along with the equipment and stuff. So, hey, George.
Landscape's probably the best way to read.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
Hey.
And when you see
we can hear you. Yes.
3x5 card.
So if you look over in the game verification channel, we have 50 sheets, and the expectation is that each of you will pick 2 sheets.
3 is gone. Page 3 is
Okay.
gone.
Yeah, there we go.
Give me a moment.
Sorry, is there some sort of link I
got to bring up? Now I got to do shit. Oh man!
If you just look in his Discord verification,
it's game night.
Yeah, Discord.
I'm not even going to see.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to just freaking swoop in on the good characters.
Here we go.
Well, there are both good and bad characters usually on each sheet. So, and this is from purplesorcerer.com. So you just roll it, and it gives you well, how many do you want? I want 50, so you guys can select whatever the hell you want.
Are we doing level 0s or?
All level 0s for now. If you make it through the adventure, they all go up to level 1. If you don't like the characters that make it through the funnel, then you can make your own character after that, and they all start at level 1. I just like the adventure, so I figured it was a good way to start.
I'll also take page 49.
Okay, so you have page 3 and 49. All right.
Yep.
That's fine. Okay.
Campaigns. New folder. Mutant Crawl Classic.
So that leaves only 48 sheets for you guys to select now.
Okay, how do you find the number?
It should be on the right-hand side. Should tell you the page number.
Yeah, if you ever.
No, I don't see
Actually,
that.
that's a pretty good one when you
There's a
look at it.
navigation pane.
Yeah, I'm liking this one. It's got a 17 strength, 15 stamina, 10 luck. It's a gatherer. I don't see any page numbers.
Remember, you're picking the whole sheet, so there should be 4 characters per sheet.
Oh, well, okay. So that's why.
Yeah.
Oh, dear Lord. No, because the print here, maybe.
You know what you can do is just hit Control F if you need to, and just select, various things. It really, the whole point is that the characters die off very easily, and you're kind of going against, horrendous numbers.
Yeah, there's no page number on this thing.
Really?
Well, I have it on PDF, so I have page numbers right up above whenever I bring it up. So however you're reading your PDFs, it should have a page number. You might have it hidden where you have to
Control F.
Right click on a border and select the toolbars to what you want to appear.
Yeah, that can do it too. Yep. So if you look at how mine is right here, like he's talking about.
There's none of those things are working, guys. Hold on, let me see
right there. And then it'll tell you what page is on there. Well, that's under that one. I want to open it under.
3,
Anyway, and this is why we have a sessions here.
Yeah. Work out technical glitches too, big time.
I think it's page. Son of a bitch. Just maybe just count.
You just had the pages like I've lost them.
2, 3, 4.
And luck plays a big factor, but luck
It's
goes
page
up
5.
and down. Okay, you want
Page
page 5? Okay, and then pick one more page.
Okay, let's just verify we got the right page. First character is a hunter, stats 12, 4, 4, 16, 14, 12.
Correct.
Okay, now I'm moving along.
And you get all 4 of these, whatever goes in, because you've got, luck plays a big factor in this game. And it will go up and down depending on what you do. When you hit first level, if a character goes down, you have an hour to recover them, and if you recover them, they can come back, but they lose one off one of their stats. So what we'll do is we'll do 2 characters each if we have just 3 people playing for whenever you do some of the later modules. And just so you can all see, Hive of the Overmind. And then I like this one. Just so you're all familiar, you're going to start in a big giant hive of ant-men. And you just kind of wake up. But you're about 600 feet off the ground, and I like what it says here, which is Groot finds a way out of the hive as he falls out.
Pure strain human person. Oh, let's see. Low strength, personality. That's it. Oy, that's terrible. Triffid. What is it? Birth sign Triffid. Missile fire. Yeah, this is birth sign. It's the Triffid. I'm looking at
the name of the body snatcher weird thing, the Night of the Triffids.
No, it was a different movie, like Night of the Triffids. DeForest Kelly was actually in that movie, I do believe. Like the only other thing he ever did.
What classes? What like later classes use personality?
Shamans tend to, but personality can affect anything you meet.
Kind of leading to this pure strain human in page 2. No, page 2, the lower right corner.
Okay, well, remember you pick a whole sheet, not just one character.
Oh, you pick a whole sheet. Oh, okay.
Yes, which should be 4 characters. That's what I was trying to.
Oh, all right. I thought we were doing.
I found the other one I want, but I don't know what page it is. Son of a biscuit.
What pages have you guys picked? So I don't pick over you.
Right now, Shadow has picked 5. Off Grid has picked 3 and 49.
3 and 49.
So Shadow has picked 1 more.
Okay.
Oh, son of a bitch! I already lost count. I'm only on 2.
Pick 2. Yeah, same here. I was on
1, 2.
Well, I'll skip 3 because somebody has 3.
3.
4.
Remember, you can pick anything you want here. You're not stuck with these characters. These characters are just to get you through the adventure.
Yeah. I think I'm just looking pure strain human. There we go.
So so pure strain humans, when they get first level, have the ability to burn luck, and they get it back at 1 per day. Manimals, plantients, and mutants all can get mutations when they hit first level, depending on radiation.
8, 9, 10.
I'm a total noob with this rule set, so I'm good with role playing, but I don't know a lot of this.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
13, 14, 15. This is so hard on my computer. 16.
If it comes up, it should generally tell you what page it is. You can either depends on which browser you use.
I think it's page 17.
Okay, so let me go to page 17, and we'll make sure it's the correct one. So what I'm needing for page 17 is it looks like there's a hunter, and he has a strength of 13.
Now,
are you the one with the strength of 17?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So it's the one right below it.
Okay. Yeah, my laptop, it's got a touch screen, but the touch screen doesn't work for this. Trying to scroll down and my screen, the dividing line between pages is so minimal.
Yes.
That it's,
well, your other character there has that 18. The one in the bottom right has that 18 agility and 15 luck. So
I didn't even see that. I was kind of looking for pure strain humans, but yeah, that's not bad. Mutant yellow skin.
Well, you've got a plantient
soup with us. You don't want to be some pure strain human.
So your pure strain humans are pretty much immune to mutations.
Yeah. George, I know that's you without even looking. I can't even see because I'm on the page. Okay, it's so funny. Just
yeah.
It's
it's awfully loud. I'm not sure why it's so loud for you when you were crunching. I don't know if that's anyway.
Sorry, Sweater George. We're just giving you a hard time.
Well, yeah, it's awfully loud. I was like,
I should do it.
It sounds like you right in front of your microphone.
I should do it on Max Liao's stream one day.
I would pay money to see that.
No, I wouldn't want to. I think it. Yeah, I'm just joking. Don't do that. Do not do that on a Max Liao stream ever. Nobody, please. Actually, I just watched his video on creating a character for this game.
You did some homework.
Yeah, like 20 minutes ago. I think I'm leaning towards page 4. Need batteries?
Let me see what page 4 is.
Page 4 is two pure humans, and the other ones are kind of a manimal and a manimal. Yeah, so a pair of manimals and a pair of Penelope. Come here. Go. Just here.
Okay. Do I have the wrong one now? Because I'm on page 4 right now, and I see a manimal, a plantient, a pure strain human, and a pure strain human.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I guess.
Oh, you know what? No, there's something off. I'm sorry. You said page 4. That was page 5. Yeah, let me correct.
Okay.
Manimal, pure strain human, pure strain human.
Yeah, so that'll be one sheet for me.
Okay, so that's page 4. All right, let me.
You're the one
Oh my
guy.
God, I got a bunch of threes here, don't I? Jesus, is that a 3?
Let me just.
Oh no, it's a
hold
5. Still,
Oddly enough, it really doesn't matter that much. Like I said,
well, I mean, should kind of matter a little bit.
well, you know what? If you outnumber things by, I mean, there could be effectively 24 characters on here. So it'll be this big train, and by the end, my expectations will probably be about 12 of you left. But I want to give you all a fighting chance. I think the module says that it's supposed to be good for 18 to 24 0-level characters. So, but I figured that would give you the best chance of survival.
Yeah, it's like a cat having lives. I was bad. I saw these on special the other day and had to buy some.
Oh, okay.
The freeze-dried Skittles.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
They taste awesome. They're like popcorn Skittles.
Oh man.
Too much sugar though.
No,
Like
that's my whole thing.
14 of them is 28% of your sugar
49.
intake for the day.
So this game is pretty swingy. So just to be aware of that. So just it's going to be one of these that if you roll a 20, you get to roll for your criticals, and if you roll a 1, you get to roll for a fumble. And fumbles usually aren't bad unless you're wearing really heavy armor.
Okay. It's really swingy if someone chooses the ape hybrid, the ape mutant, and be swinging around.
And I'm not sure if. And what's interesting is if you ever go to one of the cons for Goodman Games, you can buy their book for $10, which I mean, it's about as good of a deal as you can get, and then usually they include the free PDF with it.
$10 for a physical copy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wow.
Omen, how much?
$10 if you go to one of the conventions.
It's like you're going to a factory outlet when you go to their
Try these.
convention. Direct from
That's pretty good. I would buy several copies,
Publisher direct.
just because I'm a jerk. Omen, can you tell me what page the first page of characters was?
Oh,
I
you
picked.
just
Do
stepped
you
away.
remember? Because
Let me. What were you asking again for this?
what page did I say was the first page I picked?
So the first page you
Remember,
picked up
like,
in the
4
Discord, you said you had picked page 5 and page 18.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and this is the thick. I mean, this is a hefty book too for what you get. But yeah, they'll do it for $10. And I have a friend of mine that he likes to buy all the collector's editions, and it's like, how many versions of these do you have? And here's the thing: is I can get the when they did, and of course the prices have gone up, but you had the first time game if you go online for them, and it's one adventure, a set of dice, a GM screen, and the book. I forgot what it was. It's like $40 or something like that, which is actually a pretty good deal if you want the specialty dice. Since we're going to be playing on Foundry, the specialty dice are already built in, so. And then
My second page, I think I'll go with 45.
okay, I'm just putting in here so I know which pages to go through when we're done.
You losing weight, George?
I lost a bit. Yeah, I lost quite a bit.
Weight the last time I saw you, man.
Yeah, I lost quite a bit.
Is that a good or a bad thing? That's the
Hopefully it's a
question.
good
It's good in the end. But I lost a bit when I had my stuff done. When I had my sinoplasty, septoplasty.
Okay.
I just kind of couldn't really eat and was very anxious about the whole time. And also I had a bout of diverticulitis before that. So since last fall, I probably lost about 30 pounds. Some of that just trying to lose 10 pounds or so.
Yeah.
Then the last 20 was. Hey, Penelope, can you see what this dog wants?
My eyes weren't playing tricks on me, though.
So let me see here. So let me print. Is this thing on? I guess I could physically print it.
Okay. Yep,
Oh,
you
hi,
can physically print them. I'm going to put all of your characters into Foundry tomorrow. That way you can just click on them for each of your characters. And then when we die, we'll just mark it. Let's see.
Oh, dear Lord.
What?
I got the orangutan with hands absent replaced with tentacle
Awesome.
fingers.
This is really going to be swinging.
Oh, gross.
There you go.
That is gross.
I know. That's it.
A 4 agility, a 4 stamina.
Oh my God. This one is a mutant. Condensed ball of clothed plasma. So what am I, like the...
Okay, I'll trade you.
My guys seem normal.
That's
You guys
cool
picked
sounding.
these characters. I did not.
Well, I just find like one that seems cool. You see like a lot of high numbers. Oh my God.
Sure.
-2 on personality.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like a Drela site from Star Frontiers.
Yeah, I was thinking, you ever see like the consortium people in World of Warcraft? The Burning Crusade?
Okay.
They almost look like mummy wrapped, but underneath it's like energy.
I got a magic sticky rock.
And I got another pure strain human. Oh God,
So, yes.
Manimal. Subtype warthog. That sounds cool.
I picked a Plantient. I have a fungus.
I mean, I'm going to have to create little character, tokens for each of you, which I think shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, it's.
Let's see, current, I guess. Current. Is this going? Nope, that's the wrong thing.
So Plantients, just so you're aware, and we're talking about when they hit first level, Plantients can't get psionic abilities for their mutations. They're all physical, whereas mutants and animals can. And let me go right back to this.
That's weird,
Okay,
considering funguses and stuff.
What does dog want?
Plants. I don't know.
Oh.
It's like there's stuff
Is it working?
saying that they
Give
can
it to me.
communicate in ways that we don't know. It'd be weird that they would single them out not to be able to.
Let me see if I can get you all this.
What is it?
Oh shit! It actually put the hit points there too.
Yep.
Oh shit! I got a character with 1 hit point.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You usually die from 1 hit, no matter what.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm going to use all of the. I'm going to use like 8 of them as meat shields.
Well, and sometimes the characters that survive are not the ones you expect. It's just, it's.
Well, yeah. There's a strategy to funnels.
Yes.
You don't run the good characters till the very end.
Yep.
You just push all the crap forward into the witch.
In the case of this
and
game,
eventually you'll jam up the witch.
your good character should just stand at the back of the mall with like a sack of like snacks. So like you throw carrots, bananas, and peanuts up front to get all the weird manimals to run in front of you and be your meat shield all the time.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wait a minute. What am I?
I've got a hog
I've got a
character, so
mole.
I want to go into business looking for truffles. That's going to be my character side thing as a truffle sniffer.
Let's see. I'll try setting this up so we can get in there. Okay.
Oh, how sad is that? The only reason that character's got 2 hit points is because they have a stamina modifier.
Really? So they would have been 1?
Yes.
All right, my printer's not working. I just don't have time to deal with this.
Let's see.
I'm actually going to order my printer from Amazon, I think, because they have like the whole line of Brothers on there. So I'm going to
Yeah.
just get it
The
from there.
book-
I've never had something that size shipped from Amazon, though. This will be a first.
I didn't have.
Oh, I had this huge wall unit that I showed pictures of. It was two freaking gigantic boxes. I don't know how they got him to the door, but I had to have the boy and some of his friends who happened to be there that day for a game bring the boxes into the garage.
Yeah.
And then when I opened one of them, the first box I opened, I saw that, because it was like all white laminate wood, and I see this white piece of wood that's like cracked right in the middle. And I'm like, oh my god, how am I going to return this, right? And I start digging through it, and it turns out that it was actually packing material made out of the same material as the wall unit, but just really thin, but just enough to, about like 4 millimeters thick. And I should have saved it for terrain making, but
At first, I thought you were
I didn't.
describing the back enclosure that's made out of like a thin material that's usually folded in half in length and put.
Yeah. I thought it might have been that, but it wasn't that either. It was just a packing material. Like, okay, cool, I guess.
Okay, so I just sent you a link for Discord if you want to try getting in there into the game initially.
Oh, okay, I'm seeing it over here now. Mutant crawl classes.
Okay.
All right, George, you're in.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
It was making me resize my window because I have it
Oh,
with different
sure.
Son of a
window size.
bitch.
Anyway, if you look over under journals on the right hand side, I have opened up the core book text, so you should be able to open all that up.
Oh, first name in real life.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't want to put that
It's
online.
given me
just so you
invalid
know.
3 times, man.
Yeah. Sorry.
Journals. Okay. So we picked 2 sheets. Are we doing 8 characters then, or are we going to do like
Correct.
4? Oh,
No,
okay.
you didn't do 8 characters. I want you guys to like swarm whatever's here. Why
Well,
don't
I
you
get
go down
locked
big
out.
battles? Were you able to get in?
No, I put like
Try your whole first name.
Okay.
And let's see if that works. If not, I can always go back and change the password.
No, it's not letting me in there.
Well, let me check.
Jeez.
I can log in as you too.
James.
Let's see.
And where's the?
I put the link in a particular for you. It should be in your Discord if you look at it under messages.
Message group with all of us in there. The new one.
Let's see.
Oh, it's a new message group. I see it now.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going there now. I was just trying to write as much down as I could of the characters on a, like George said, index cards, so that.
Yes. Okay. All right. Let me log out as you because I was able to get in for you.
Okay.
Unless I misspelled your name. That was, which is entirely possible.
But I think it's letting me in. But yeah, I wanted to write as much down so I could like kind of remember what I'm working with here.
Okay.
Mind you, that wasn't much. I don't even know the stat order, but I can look it up in the book, I guess. I know the first stat is strength.
Yeah. Let's see if
And the
everyone
last
gets
one
it.
It's not case sensitive, right?
I don't know if it is. It may be. It's
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's giving me invalid again, so I think it's case sensitive.
that's weird because I put it in exactly like I typed it. So that's. I literally just
Now
logged
it's
in.
letting me. It's case sensitive, so the first letter's
Yeah.
capitalized.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
Mhm.
All right. So if all of you go to journal, it's on the right hand side. I'm gonna. It's case sensitive. Oh, I haven't.
Clear character.
Yeah, we'll worry about that
I've got
later. We
8.
haven't. I
There's
haven't
no
put
way I can
everything in
possibly
there.
put all of
Yeah. I know that's.
Oh, yeah.
exactly my
1,
point.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, if you can name your 8 characters, that would be easy enough when I bring it up. But I have to create it. I was just trying to make sure that each of your characters has a that you can look at in journal. You should have MTC core book text, so that gives you all the rules.
Okay, that's where I thought you'd want us to go. Yeah, the core book
Yes.
text.
Okay. So where do we have to go?
If
Sure.
you
I
want to
got
go to journals on the right hand side.
Oh yeah, I got that, and I'm in the core book text.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
all right.
So these are all your character questions. I mean, we can answer everything, but and I'll explain each one. So we'll talk about the character classes right now. I know you're all going to be 0 level, but I expect that to only take 1 or 2 nights, and then you're going to be first level. And if you have a bunch of characters that survive longer, then you can reuse them. Or if you say, "Hey, I want to re-roll characters," that's fine. I don't have any problems with that either.
Good.
T6520.
Yeah, because this is like jumping in the deep end, trying to learn about 8 characters at once.
Oh, it's on the floor.
Well, they're all 0 levels. You don't have to learn anything at this point. Basically,
4.
whatever's on your sheet is what you need to know.
Yeah. You're a hunter or you're a gatherer?
Well, and hunter and gatherer just determines on what equipment you have.
Okay, your loadout.
Yeah, so there is no race per se. Even for mutants, manimals, and plantians, it's just cosmetic at this point.
Okay.
So part of it is what you have is if you want to open up a character classes, if you have any questions, let me know. So we'll start with the Sentinel. I'm not sure why it doesn't give more information about the Sentinel, which I guess is an error on their part. But I'll look it up in here when in doubt. I always have the PDF in here, and I can upload the PDF into this as well.
Oh,
But
this is way too small.
so the Sentinel, you get it's attack/initiative, so you get bonuses at each level, and then you get a critical die table, which determines on when you hit what table you roll on to see like how much damage you do. So for
why don't you
example,
also explain like a little bit about what each character class is? Because
okay,
the Sentinel's kind of vague.
right. Well, the Sentinel is you're basically a fighter. You're the
Defender
equivalent
of
of the fighters
the
out there.
clan, the tribe.
Yeah. Well, and yes. So that's what's going in there. So that's what the Sentinel is. So the Sentinel, of course, gets the ability. They're your typical warriors. You have something called an action die, which is a number of dice you roll for your attack. So if you have multiple action dice, you can do multiple attacks. Normally, you get a D20. When you get up at higher level, you'll get like 2 D20s or 3 D20s in certain cases. And then you also get bonuses to your saves, a reflex, fortitude, and willpower as you go up in level. Your artifact check bonus determines on how easily you can recognize like laser pistols and stuff like that and figure it out. And then you also have on later ones, you have AI recognition. And AI recognition means that androids and stuff recognize you as human, so they'll generally treat you as friendly. If you're a plantian, they just kind of ignore you, like you don't exist and you don't mean anything. So there's that. The more human you are, the less the androids will react negatively to you. So I guess since it doesn't have a good one for Sentinel, which bugs me, we'll go look at the whichever character you want to look at. So if we look at our
That is cool how the shamans are basically just using the leftover AI from like
yes,
a high end society.
and over time you can, when you hit first level, you can select which AI you want to worship. Different AIs have different parts. They also have
But that's
kind of
crazy.
secret societies and things like that. Boy, George, you printed them all out. You didn't just print out one page.
Oh no, I printed. I printed just. I printed
just
all
teasing.
8.
I'm just teasing you. Oh, okay.
Okay. I just can't see I don't see my.
No. So Sentinels, when they start off, whatever your hit points are at level 1, you add whatever you get for level. At level 0, you add your hit points to level 1. And I'm going to do what Axe did, which is every time you go up a level, you can re-roll your hit points. And if it's equal to or below your current number of hit points, you just add 1 to your hit points. If you are above it, then you take the new hit points for that. So I think that's, it's not like, oh man, I got screwed, only got 1 hit point this level. It's like, well, yeah, but next level it can go up again.
That's
so
cool.
I think that's what we're going to do with that one. Yeah, and so the shamans, your level programs, if you actually look up at, let's see if it has it in here. I'm trying to forget where it is. I'm sure you can do by searching by pages. But if you look at the wetware, you have something called Spell Burn. And Spell Burn has the ability to determine you can lose stats temporarily at 1 point. You can regain 1 point per day, but you can increase the ability of your program on what it does. And so if you're at a low level, I'm just trying to find it in here. I'm not seeing it, unfortunately. Let's see. That's weird that they don't have it in there. Anyway, whenever they do, and I'll have to find it. Whenever you do use one of the spells, to give you an example for this, and of course they call wetware programs, but let's say you do glow burn. And so your spells are kind of determined on who you worship. And I say worship, it's not actually worship, it's the AIs you align with. So you can align with multiple AIs and you can get multiple spells that way.
I align with Claude AI.
Conflict with different AIs. And they can always cut stuff off. But let's like they have one called Sight Blinder. And at the basic level, the shaman's outer appearance changes that of a non-combatant. The effect lasts for 4 rounds or until dismissed by the shaman. But if you get like a really high level, the shaman's appearance, including visual, auditory, and olfactory, become that of a living god. This changes appearance is illusionary and grants no other benefit, but basically it can fool just about anybody. There's, and you have different types of AIs. Some are physical, some are holographic.
Sightblinder. Sightblinder sounds like the Shaitan in Wheel of Time. At least what the Aiel would call them. They have that whole thing till shade is gone and water has ended to spit in Sightblinder's eye.
And the way this works is you can find artifacts. And so this is what Shadow was talking about. I was like, okay, you can find this equipment, but a lot of it has charges and it can break. Or it can completely, hey, guess what? There's no more charges left for it. You don't know how to refuel it.
The battery's depleted. You don't have access to an outlet to charge it.
Yes.
Or the cable.
Exactly.
So that's what I was getting to. Are the ancient ones they're referring to here us?
Yes.
Or us in
kind
the
of was
future.
gathering.
Yeah.
Sam Altman.
So
Sam Altman. What?
Sam Altman. Yeah.
He's I think he owns what is it, OpenAI? Now he's saying we should have regulations on AI, like a FDA for it. Now that they have basically kind of not him a monopoly, but like a duopoly.
yes.
So are the shamans walking around with like the holy symbols are like the logos?
Yeah, you might
For
have
the
like
companies.
electro tattoos, but depends on what you want to do. Depends on what you're god at. Well, I say god, what the AI requests of you. Each AI has its own goals, because that's what it was programmed for. So
you can serve Grok or Chat GPT.
the equivalent, yeah. Not that they have any-
Gemini.
That's right.
Gemini, yeah. All hail Gemini.
It wasn't
So,
Gemini in Thundar the Barbarian. Isn't that why they did that?
I don't remember.
He was the two-headed, the character, the bad guy whose head would flip around. Sometimes he was the good guy. Sometimes he was the bad guy.
Yeah.
His head would spin around. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, and just so you're aware, there is an option in here that may occur in this adventure where you may become an elf or a dwarf or something else like that as well. And so
You can just become that.
You just drink too much beer, you become a dwarf.
well, usually there's some specialty stuff in there, but they do not seem to worry about on just how crazy everything gets. But yeah, I mean, you get different patron AIs, the Achroma, which is the ad hoc computer hierarchy with recursive optical memory AI.
Chroma.
Yeah, Edgelord, we are sorry about
That's
the
the
chat.
Google
guys.
AI right there.
Yeah,
I was doing stuff. Finally
and
getting
then you
to the
have
chat. No worries, Robert. Edgelord, Purple Sorcerer is a killer resource. I think I have that one actually.
Well, Purple Sorcerer, they have the Purple Planet. The Purple Sorcerer is
Hey, what's
a
up, Squirrel?
website. The Purple Sorcerer is a website you can do to automatically create characters, which is what I did. You have Gaia, the Global Array Earth AI, and it controls weather systems and climate.
Edgelord.
What's up, Coco? Squirrel, yeah, I'm finally getting to use the book you sent me. Hey, what's up, James?
So everything under the artificial intelligences, let's see if they have that. So your patron AIs give you stuff like that, and then that includes your spells under there. So that's if you want to look at stuff. So like Chain Lightning, the way that you normally would do is you roll a d20, you add your level, you add if there's a luck or something like that, you add your spell burn, and then what you'd go from there is then you look on your result at the end. So if it's a 1, you tend to become corrupted. If it's like in this case 36, the sky is darkened overhead as rotating thunderheads gather from horizon to horizon, and giant black iris opens up to the center. From this eye and the mother of all lightning bolts roars down from the heavens, deafening everyone within sight for 1d3 rounds. The massive thunderbolt strikes again anywhere within line of sight of the shaman, and a jagged spiderweb of electricity arcs across the ground, selectively striking the shaman's foes. The shaman directs a total of 24 d6 of damage to an unlimited number of foes in any desired sequence until the total damage is exhausted. So yeah, anyway, really the only limitation of how often you can do it is sometimes you'll lose the spell and you have to rest for a day. And sometimes it just fails. It's like, okay, it didn't work this time, but I can use it next round. So those are the things that you'd find out for your spells if you're a shaman. And those are your patron AIs. And then let's look. Of course, you have the healer, which of course they heal, and they should have each of their special abilities in there. And your artifact check determines whether you can understand it or not. I was trying to find where the. So if you go to where it says character creation, it talks about the ability scores. So your max tech level is determined by your intelligence.
So, like, tech is intelligence 1 to 18 or something like that?
Your tech level is generally going to be your intelligence is generally between 3 and 18, but your tech level is generally between 1 and 5. And it can go
Okay.
higher than that, actually. Like here, they show 7, but the reality of it is that generally tech level 6 is going to be the highest. But depending on the equipment, like if you're not too smart, you can figure out up to tech level 3. If you're super intelligent, then you can figure out your tech level 6.
Gotcha.
What's tech level 6? What would that be?
Let's go look. Let me see
World
what I
War
can.
II kind of era? That's,
No,
Do
it's
you like
tablet.
knowing how to run a computer, basically?
I'm trying to
Like
figure out
set
where
up
they
a
are.
network or something?
So, like a phaser rifle is a tech level 4. So most of your weapons can be up to tech level 4. Tech level 5 would be your neutron rifle. Trying to see what else is out there. A plasma sword is a tech level 5.
So, how did Thunder use his sun sword? He was adult.
He might have been smart. He just didn't have
Yeah. Well, there was
He
that
was
one
adult.
guy.
Come on.
He got he had like a car battery and stuff, and he had like the Nega sword, and it was like connected with wires.
Well, then there's the power armor. Power armor is tech level 5. I'm trying to think.
So that's all combat related, but are there non-combat related tech items? Like,
oh yeah,
as far as role playing goes, you could do some interesting things with like high
exactly.
non-combat tech. Like you could have an MRI machine or something.
Is it working?
Know how to do
Yes.
different things.
I mean, some of them are like a hollow cloak. It's comprised of a web of artificially intelligent sensors and holographic emitters. When activated, basically it almost turns you invisible.
I think all these batteries gotta go.
And then you've got a multi-tool, which it's not like our normal multi-tool. Think of it kind of like the altogether, it's comprised of a handheld tool combining AI-driven diagnostic software with gravitational attractor field projections, making it highly useful for working on and repairing the technology of the ancient ones. A rejuvenation
The
chamber
sonic
is a tech level.
screwdriver.
What's that?
So, a
That was
sonic
probably-
screwdriver.
I don't know. This is much better than your sonic screwdriver.
The Doctor Who sonic screwdriver.
I don't know. I haven't watched Doctor Who in 40
You could do
years.
literally anything with it. It was pretty ridiculous.
It's the ultimate
Yeah.
MacGuffin.
Well, at first it was literally a screwdriver. I remember like he was just trying to show that he was a spaceman. And like it was like the second Doctor in like his last episode.
So yes, so basically those are the kinds of ideas that you get. Not all of them are there, but those are just things that come in there. Your stats can go up if you get cybernetic implants, gene replacement. I'm trying to see if they have a tech level 6. I'm not seeing anything with the tech level 6 right now. At least in the core book. I'm not saying that they aren't in other books, but all the stuff that you can generally find is the stuff they're showing is generally tech level 4 and 5.
And your tech level would generally give you the ability to understand what technology is as you find it, right? Like you'd be able to identify things, know what's a Geiger counter, know its purpose, and how to use it, kind of thing.
Correct. Well, you have to roll for it, to be fair. So as you go up higher in level, your ability to understand technology gets better as well. And as I guess that tech level 2 or 3 is it's normal stuff that we find. But as you get higher up, you'll say it's basically modifiers. You roll your tech level, or I think there's a complexity. I believe there's a complexity which determines the modifier, and then your tech level determines on if you're smart enough to figure it out. So yeah, complexity modifier here is 6. So you'd be rolling at a -6. But as you go up in level, your complexity level gets better as far as detecting AIs. So everyone gets artifact checks. And not that anyone I ever expect to get this high, but if you're basically the equivalent of a kind of a rogue thief, Your artifact check at level 10 would be 10. And you have the ability to open up doors and things like that. Most of them get pure strain humans get the best, with shamans being absolutely the best for determining artifacts. And everyone else is pretty good. And then like Plantians are the worst for figuring out artifacts. Mutations are completely random. And then your ability to sometimes enter into, if you get Radburn, can cause mutations, both good and bad.
What's up, James?
So you can both get good and bad for that. So
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about there, James. No idea what that's from.
and then if you're a shaman, you have the ability to get a certain number of wetware programs. So that means if you get multiple AI patrons, you can get more and more of that. And it also determines your maximum level. But unfortunately, the book only goes up to level 3, and they never did anything that went past that. But I don't think we're going to be playing until we get to level 5, so I'm not too worried about it.
Wait, what only goes up to level 3?
The rules for the book only go up to level. They only show up to level 3 for the wetware programs.
Oh, okay. Because I was saying, I know that the titles. I saw that the titles go up to like level 7. After that, you're supposed to make up your own.
Right.
But everything else looked like it went up to level 10.
Yes.
But with the magic and that sort of thing, I can see how they'd want to like save it for supplements and things like that. Can't put everything in one book.
Well, I mean, this is a much thinner book than the ECC book. Probably by
Squirrel sent me that one too. I was looking at that as well in my stuff, and I kind of wish there was like more charts at the back of the book, so I could just use that, while we're playing to kind of figure things out.
I mean, most of your charts, I'll have to put the PDF in there. Really can be found on the player screen. For what we're concerned about.
I did get one of those.
You failed him, Squirrel. No,
not at all. He gave me so much crazy shit. I totally forgot about the Monty Python game he sent me. Like,
and I'll throw this up in there because this PDF isn't that hard to throw up into the journal. I just have to figure out how to put it in there, and then but this is pretty easy because it has. Really, this covers just about everything for the first through third level. And when you get the higher levels, then you can print it off. It's got the fumble chart. It's a pretty simple game overall. And I would just like to get you guys to level 3 because there's an adventure in there where you fight kaiju. So.
Yeah, he did send me one or two adventure modules, but I left those in the garage.
Okay, that's good.
I don't want to know. I've been in a couple of situations where, like, it was pretty obvious that someone was going through the module as they were playing, and that's shitty.
That's cheating.
That is cheating. Yes, that is exactly the word for it.
Well, that's why whenever I saw that they were going to be playing Tomb of Horrors, I remember enough of Tomb of Horrors. Like, well, don't stick your head in there. I don't think that, as much as they knock on how deadly it is, I don't think Tomb of Horrors is nearly as deadly as people make it out to be. It's, but it's not intended to be played as, hey, guess what, guys? We're coming in with like 30 retainers.
Oh, yeah. You definitely didn't. Because if you did, you'd walk through it all.
Exactly. Well, some of it's
especially the main room, the main hallway with all those traps.
Well, and a lot of those traps are not even that deadly. It's like a D6 here, and then it's like, okay, there are going through here. It's like, well, okay, then you know what, guys? If I get a bunch of laborers, I want you to start clearing this out and taking it, down to the foundations. There are no wandering monsters. There's no real threat in there. I think there are total 3 monsters in there.
Yeah, you just go to town
I
and
did
hire up
not-
a bunch of masons, henchmen for cheap because they're not warriors. And you just send them in there with
Yeah.
hammers and say, assess the walls. I might want them regrouted and repointed.
Yeah,
Have a look. You don't tell them what anything. Tell 'em-
Off-grid, what
Well, we just said
Cyberhagen
he-
is he referring to? Because I've read a crap ton of his,
Which
but I
one?
don't recognize any of that. 'Cause he's
I thought there's
clearly
like
not
a
talking-
Ardna saga or Ardna
I
trilogy.
don't know what that is. I read his Berserker series and the Book of Swords, and I think that was about it.
Okay, let me. I just have to. Let's see what they're all putting in there. This actually seems to be fairly lively for their chat now.
Does mean
Like we haven't even played. That was the whole point of this. No, it was- yeah, like I said, it's expect things to be completely gonzo for this.
I feel like it's crunch light. Like it's more about role
It is.
playing and just going with the vibe and emergent play. If it
It
happens,
is.
you just roll with it.
I kind of disagree. I mean, it's got it's not crunch light. It's definitely in the medium to crunchy. I mean, when you go through,
How do I put this? It has a lot of charts, but the basic rules are very simple.
well, it's
And just because a game has charts doesn't mean DM has to use them.
right. No, I meant like the it's got a bunch of different kinds of characters to work with. It's got new rules for the stats. It's got a new stat using luck, which is fine. That's a mechanic that's been around since 778. It's got all the mutations take up a huge chunk. I mean, I was like
Yeah,
surprised, like holy crap. And then I didn't get to the wetware and that sort of stuff, or the tech because I didn't. I know we're not going to be using it. I mean, we might find some tech, but there's no way we're going to be doing any of that other stuff until we find out who survived.
So I'm gonna bring it this way, just so you know. And I'm not trying to give anything away for this, but there's plenty of tech in this module, even though you're 0 level.
Cool.
And if everything works out, you guys get a really powerful artifact at the end.
Cool. Find out it's
So,
something mundane. It's like, oh, everybody bows to you, and it's a cell phone. It's got a light. It can magnify.
Well, actually, that's what they kind of do. Is the idea for this, and of course, the whole background for this module is you're supposed to go out as your to your adulthood right to your right of adulthood is to go out and find ancient artifacts, and the more powerful the artifact, the more that they will elevate you with the tribe.
You got the power.
And if you're the one that brought in, if you're in a part of a group, if you're the one that brought, let's say they only find one artifact, it's like, Bob, the Sentinel, found this one artifact, or the Shaman, or whatever. And they're like, oh, we've elevated you. You are now the Seeker. Well, as the Seeker, you can now pick whoever else is with you. So if you're just like,
There you go.
If you're like, I'm trying to pick someone that doesn't have our names. Anyway, but yeah, if you're going to just be like Harry, the gong farmer, and you're like, but Bob says, I want him with me. I need him. And they're like, okay.
You can just recruit anyone you want from the tribe, basically.
Exactly.
What do you start
Sorry,
to
I
go,
was thinking of that song, that Who's song. Call
he's
me.
big magic. You get to take who you want.
Holy crap! Sorry.
That's right. You're like,
Did somebody
so
just
that's-
go
that's the
by with
idea of
like
some of the-
sound like a moped with
Yeah.
nitrous went by or something?
It's exactly what it was. There's somebody on some crotch rocket, and that came through that window. But it's like 30, 45 feet over there is the main highway, the drag strip we call it. Freaking just people just rush into their freaking their next stay at the county, because they're retarded.
In a hurry to push up daisies, as my dad would say.
Yeah.
So I mean, like to figure out what an artifact is, it's D20 plus your intelligence modifier plus your artifact check bonus.
Okay.
So that's how you start off, and then it's minus the artifact's complexity. So a low level complexity means it's easier for you to understand.
So -1 to 5.
And then you're limited. What's that?
So like a -1 to 5.
1 to 6 usually. Yep.
Okay.
Some are more complex than others, and then you depending what's in there, your artifacts, like shamans get bigger bonuses than other people. So and every character can figure that out. And basically it says, should players attempt to collaborate and have multiple characters examine the same artifact, then you basically take each additional character with intelligence above 12, adds +1 to it to a maximum of +4. And then once you figure out how to use it, then you can teach everybody else.
Cool. There's no hit points on here. Do we figure that?
Yeah, they're there. You see the square? You see the square right to the bottom left-hand corner? That little number is the hit points. It's probably just a
The
1.
one?
So don't worry about it. Yeah.
Oh, this guy got a 2. He's got twice as many hit points as everybody else.
I think the highest in there's like 5.
Oh, 3. This guy's got 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
that's
that's probably
cool.
because he has a stamina bonus. If you've got anything over
Yeah,
a 1,
usually
it's probably because of the stamina bonus, which is really
it's a D. You roll D4 for hit points, then you add your stamina bonus, and then if you have a luck that increases it on top there, then you get that. And sometimes your luck can work against you too. If you have a negative luck, it actually works against you. So.
Oh, that's cool. I actually kind of wrote which characters I wanted to kind of keep, and it looks like they have some decent hit points. The ones that I'm like, this guy would be cool. And I didn't even realize.
But the thing is like everything that can do damage will just kill you. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm sacrificing everybody else around him.
I've got a character with 1 hit point, man.
Yeah, I got one guy. His name's Dan.
Guts has got
Sure.
1 hit point.
Okay.
What? You're naming them?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Guts is the one that has a symbiotic twin in his stomach, and he always trusts his gut feeling.
Oh, okay.
And this guy's intelligence 7, so he's got a -1. But I'm wondering if his gut is more intelligent. Like that'd be funny to see. So his gut's smarter.
You see,
Alright, you're
in
going
Tribe
to be-
Shadow, you don't even get a name until you become first level.
Someone birthed these,
No, everyone has to get a
freaks.
name. I don't care if you call them Bob and Fred and Harry and Dick and Jane.
They're just
Yeah.
numbers. They're not even free men.
Well, first some of the mutants. I got one's a dog mutant, so that's kind of cool. But
Yeah, I saw that one.
They're
I almost
gonna-
picked that one.
they only have 2 hit points, and they have like nothing really going for them.
Well, again, once you hit first level, I'll have you re-roll hit points again, and it'll go
Cool.
up at least by 1. So it's, and like I said, if you become a sentinel, you roll a D12 for hit points, and then you have something. I think they have it in this one.
Yeah, but you can
You
only
get
be a
something called a
sentinel if you're a
deep
pure strain human.
Yes, exactly.
So,
Otherwise, you're just a manimal or a plantian.
Manimal.
Yeah.
Remember that
Guts has
show in
only
the
got
80s,
1
But
hit
since
point.
it's
He's
that
got
was some
something
Manimal?
at the time.
There was a
What's
Oh, I
show
said
called
Guts has
Manimal.
only got 1 hit point. He's got
Yeah.
something eating at him all the time.
And this is the other part too, is if you were a sentinel, you get an artifact bonus die with weapons and armor.
Yep.
And then you also get a bonus, if I remember correctly, is you also get it to your attack rolls using an artifact weapon. So basically, and not that you guys can see it because it's not in here, but if you have the book itself, at first level it's a D3. You also get something as a sentinel, which I always liked, which if you want to do a special ability, a special attack, you can use that, which really is nasty when you get up to like level some of these higher levels because you almost could do some kind of critical.
Well, I do got one guy with 5 hit points. He's
wow.
part warthog. He's
Okay.
I'm calling him Quark because I picture him looking like an orc.
All right.
Yeah, I suppose I better number these characters.
Well, yeah.
I am not a number.
Well, and to be fair, I need to put this in for George here. I need to create a folder for George.
Number 6.
I started watching The Prisoner. I got the DVD box set. I made it through about 4 episodes, and then I just like
Rover was too like a bubble that would attack him.
the balloons. Yeah,
It was. I think you watch these things like you like, oh, that's what they're what inspired. What's his name? God, what's the spy the spy comedy? What's his name?
Get Smart.
Myers, that Myers guy.
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers, that's it.
Yeah, kind of, probably.
That and Doctor Who from like the 3rd Doctor. He basically dressed like him.
Yeah. Well, the third, I would say more like what the hell was his name? The blonde guy, Peter Davison.
Peter Davidson, yeah. He was wearing like that's like a cricket outfit or something. He had that. Had that white. Yeah, that white.
Green sort of color with the.
Yeah.
Did he have the celery on it, or was that the other guy?
Yeah, he had a couple of them had celery on it, I think. Yeah, the celery. What, he's gonna make some Bloody Marys or something afterwards.
Okay.
Those are some pretty underrated. He's like the most underrated seasons of Doctor Who. The Peter Davidson.
Those are some favorites.
Yeah.
Both him and Peter Davison and Colin Baker were a couple of my favorites. Tom Baker's not as much as my favorite as everybody else. I liked him, but he was kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, so some of the most.
I think it was all the episodes he showed up, on camera, and he's got like cold sores, and they just couldn't hold off filming. You ever notice that? It's like, dude.
I think I was. Yeah, I was at the time, and my teenage self was looking at Leela and Romana, A and B, and.
All right. OG, what did you name that first character? The one with the symbiotic twin in the
Guts.
Guts. Okay.
Gutz. The green one, I called him Envy, and like the letter N and V, because it was like written on the package when he was just like abandoned as a kid. So he's green, so I figured Envy. So I figured just like NV is written, and he just keeps Envy.
Okay, well, let me try doing this.
Yeah, see, I can't even get attached to him.
I'm not attached. I'm just really creative. So, like, I have something, and I just try. It's like a puzzle. I make a name for things. Like the one with the mouth that's insectoid. He's Roach.
Okay, let me put this in there. While you're putting it in there, I'm actually putting. I'm not putting the full character in yet, but
that's cool.
I'm creating them so they'll go in.
Having fun making up the names.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole point, is to have fun with these. So like, poor Roach died, not Envy, All right, so let me try, let's see if I can get Guts in here. Guts will be configure sheet. Like the boring names are going to be the pure strain people. They're just going to get like normal names like Bill or Rick or whatever. Yes.
Have you guys gone through the rules and like looked at like if you could roll up a first level from the start, what you would actually want to run?
Not yet. I haven't looked at that.
Okay.
Well, it did seem like it was at least from the video I was watching, 3D6 down the line, and kind of just it would be going through a funnel. So
yeah,
but I do have one character here that's got high intelligence, so maybe trying to keep him protected. But Who knows if he'll survive? And the guy made of
I like that it
plasma
automatically.
is probably going to die, but I like that concept.
As I'm trying to slowly put in this guy for yours, and I'll have to create a character thing for yours. Let's see what his armor class is. Armor class is 9, which isn't good.
No, it's worse than 10. Or no, it's barely one better than 10, right?
Yes.
Toad Mel. 11. And who else is at 11? Mummy. Oh, Mummy's got an 11. He's got 11 AC, but 1 hit point. Ooh, this guy's got 13 AC.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually
I've
pretty
got
nice,
one that's
but-
got that as well.
He's
But that said, that only means that when they roll their number, it's basically you roll on a d20. You know, it's basically your armor class, but you roll on the d20, add your bonus. If you equal that or above, then you hit.
It's more or less the basic mechanic that's sort of taken over. You roll a 20.
Yeah, it makes more sense, to be honest. I felt that when I was like 12.
this mutant. His thing is he's got no nails. Like his hands have no nails, so like you can't open up a Coke can or something.
Yeah, I'll see your no nails. I've got no fingers. They're tentacles. He's an orangutan. He's an orangutan with 1 hit point.
You can get more hit points
Okay.
when you hit first level.
I'm trying.
I mean,
I'm
most
trying to
things do.
picture. Basically, remember the Planet of the Apes movie?
Yeah.
Where
Okay, which
Cornelius
part?
and Zira have a baby,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
and the baby's like in diapers and it's got the little necklace on.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the character, except he's got little worms for fingers.
Okay.
Well, he's got Ricardo Montalban to protect him.
Yeah, I hope
figure out how
so.
to.
That would be character number what? Number 4 or 3? Because he's got 2 hit points, so twice as many. It's so funny.
Well, yeah. Let's see. I don't know how to give you less armor class, but your armor class is 9.
Oh, Christmas Carol edition coming Monday.
The armor class is 5.
Oh shit!
If you have armor class is 5, you have 2 bad things going for you. You have bad luck and bad agility.
No, I don't. I don't think. Well, 10, 10, 10, 11, 15. No, I have a 7 luck on my grapevine.
Uh-oh. And what does that affect?
The effect is he's just a grapevine. It's a plant.
Okay. All right. So I have put in guts. Don't worry about your alignment because that doesn't really mean anything in this case. Alignment in this game just means which AIs you have aligned with. So I've put guts in there. But on double check that I got him right in this. OG, if you look under actors,
Okay.
and you should have full ownership of it too.
I clicked on actors, but I'm not seeing anything.
Where is it under?
Did I not?
I
Actors.
wasn't
There we go.
sure. I'll click on the actors.
Acting. Brilliant.
Yeah, I thought actors should have OGG, Egorog, and Shadow in there, and I haven't done anything for it.
Should I refresh it?
But that's, yeah, you can try see if that works.
Am I on here? Let's see. Reload. Probably make us log in again.
Oh.
So Foundry seems really cool. I'm starting to see more of the actual play, like people using it more and more.
It's the problem with Foundry is it has a very steep learning curve.
Mhm. I think what's his name was.
But I really do like it for all the power it does have.
Yeah. I think Mage's Musing was.
And some modules are done better than others.
And it's independent from any particular like gaming company, right? Like if you get involved with Roll20, you're basically supporting Wizards of the Coast. From what I
Yeah,
understand.
I've been seeing so many Roll20 commercials lately that it's kind of annoying. I play
So
on
Roll20
Roll20 and it's not as great as they say it is in the commercials. I'm like, you lying bitch.
So Roll20 is I have not seen anything for Roll20. So Roll20 is owned by Drive-Thru RPG,
That explains so much.
and it seems to use, because I do play it with Mark on Fridays. I don't like it nearly as much. It's easy to use. It's easier to use initially, but boy, it's a lot more limited. It just doesn't seem to. So and the other part I don't like about Roll20 is you have to log into their servers, whereas for Foundry, I can create my own server.
Mhm.
Or I can use like this at home or anything else. So I like that.
All right.
I don't know why I put your title in there. Whatever you want to do, but yeah, you're all in there.
I can't access the actors though. Like I clicked
Yes,
on the
Really?
Same
button,
here.
shows nothing.
Okay, let me. I thought I did this for. I'll go back in.
Mhm.
So I thought I did it so it did it for everybody. Yeah, because it says owner for you, and then I'll go back in and try. Yeah, it should say owner for Guts right now for you, OG. It says owner.
Yeah, and I don't have a hog on the board either.
No, I don't have anything for you
Oh, I
yet.
see it now.
Oh,
okay.
That's why.
Guts, NP, and Roach. Cool.
Yeah. And if you want to do I think there's a create actor above that you can do that, and you can put them in there. I'm not sure if
Be right back.
ability or not.
I don't think I have that ability. I don't have the
Okay.
icon up to create them.
Okay.
I can roll brand new character stats, but I don't want to do that.
Right. Yeah.
Cool.
Like, oh, you can do this. Okay. And,
Cool.
so let me get here. So George. And can you forget your last character, Pure String Human, the one that has like really bad stats?
My last. Who's?
No, I'm talking. I'm sorry for OG there.
What?
The one that actually has a really nice. How in the world does he have such a high armor class? Oh, because he's got a good armor. That's why.
Just trying to get used to the sheet.
Yeah. Here, I'll create one for you, George.
So it's an ascending armor class or descending?
It's ascending. So
Okay.
as you get better armor, it goes up.
Yep.
And that's why I said is I like that better myself because it just makes more sense.
Got a couple characters with decent armor. I got 13 armor classes.
It seems like it's decent armor, and then they always roll like, oh, look, they rolled the 14. You're like, dead. Son of a... Actually, that guy has pretty decent hit points, too. He has like the worst stats of that entire page, and yet he has the best hit points and best armor class.
Yeah.
All right.
So
So
he's
George, let me
Perry.
create
That's Perry. Is what I named the one at the bottom with on that same sheet,
Oh, okay.
the bottom right, because he's
Yeah.
just like a pure strain human. Kind of giving them like just the real base names. Like I named my
Yeah,
other
exactly.
one Harry and Gary.
Let's see. Hopefully you can see that. Let me check the.
I was thinking like Gary and Greg would have been funny. Greg and Gary. Perry and Gary works.
Okay, there you go. So George, I'm going to create several characters for you. What's your first name of your first character there, George?
All right. Let's start with sheet A4. Oh, sorry, yeah, 4. The first guy on the top left. It's
So
the dog
page-
one. He's
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, it says that he's the dog is fanged. Just call him dog. He's got like 11 strength.
Okay. Do you just want to name him Dog?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Here we
The
go.
one below that, let's call him Toad.
Okay. So the one below, let me add another character. Now I'll change these up a little bit. Yeah, it's going to take me more work to do my stuff than. Okay. You have Toad. What's the other one you're going to name?
Okay. So the right side of page 4 on the top. It's a pure strain human. With like a 13 intelligence.
Yep.
That guy. Call him Mel. Short for Melvin.
Wait a minute. I'm seeing a. Oh no, yeah, you're right. 13 intelligence. Okay, you can call him Melvin. All right.
I might change the names later, but
yeah, and you guys have complete ownership. So if you want to name him something differently, you can. I'm gonna.
And the sacrificial lamb, the one below it, we'll call him Ozzy.
Okay.
That's 10 strength, 15 luck human.
All right. Let me make sure I have your. So make sure you have ownership of all 4 of those characters. I gave you the wrong one. Owner. There we go. And it helps if I give everybody else the right stuff. There we go. Okay. There. So you should see your name in there, and you should see the 4 characters initially.
Okay. Do you want the other 4?
What's that?
Do you want the other 4?
That's it for the moment. I just want to get some characters in there so you can look at them.
Great.
And then if you want to put your stats in there and everything else, that should be fine. And then we'll add the equipment. I'll add the equipment after. Okay. And then Shadow, what are your 4 characters that you want? Which page do you want initially? We'll go with page 5 because you're on 5. So.
Yeah,
so your orangutan, which has the tentacle fingers, what do you want to call him?
1 O-N-E.
Okay.
It doesn't let me edit. Well, maybe.
I gave you ownership, so you should be able to edit.
Let's see here. This is it's letting me do the stats, I think. There we go.
Yeah.
The stats are changing, but not the armor class. It didn't let me do.
No, the armor class I can't change myself either. So I'm gonna when I add equipment, it'll that's what I'll mess with. Okay, you named him 1.
Stamina. People want to see what this looks like.
There we go. Yep.
So yeah, this is a pretty cool app.
Well, sometimes what I have to do is I have to log. This is one thing about having the server is I can log in as a different player.
Mm-hmm.
I can see what you guys can see versus what I see. I see a lot more stuff, and it's like, all right, how can I keep it limited to what I want you all to see? But
this dog has -1 luck.
And what is the Shadow? What's your other one that you? What do you want to name your next character?
Which is the next one?
Are you going left to right or right to left?
I was going top to bottom, like you read. So the next one would be the plant.
Okay.
With a grapevine. That's tree. Tree.
Okay, that's
like 3,
good.
but tree.
All right, I'm stuffing it in here for you.
Okay.
You should be able to see at least those characters. I'm going to go in and let me do one thing there, George.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you can do this, but dog is. I don't know if you can go up there in the top and it says configure sheet. You can select your sheet for mutant for Manimal.
Let's see. Edit token. I don't see anything saying configure sheet.
It's on the.
let's see.
Okay, I don't know if it says. It should be right
Is it
next
on
to
the
dog.
sheet itself?
I don't know.
So I clicked on dog.
I just put it in there.
There's Manimal. It can just that it
Yep.
says that it's a Manimal.
Yeah, I just switched yours up a little bit. So.
Oh, okay. Should I get out and then?
No, you're fine. I can do it dynamically.
Okay.
And then Toad, I'll just do configure ownership because the other ones are pure stream humans, right? So.
Yeah, dog and Toad. The other two are no. Yeah.
So I can change it from mutant to Manimal, which Toad is, right?
Yeah, Toad is a Manimal.
Okay. So configure sheet. This sheet will be Manimal. There you go. And so when you click on Manimal, it should tell you your basic abilities there.
Okay.
And so for shadows, I will do his
11.
It's defaulting towards mutant, but this isn't a mutant. This is ownership. Figure sheet.
Now it'll. I don't have to hit update or anything. It'll just save it as it does it.
Yeah. So you don't have to click save.
Let's go to Toad here. Toad. 1. No, his strength is 1-4. I am not doing this very well.
There you go. Okay.
1-1.
So Shadow Plantians, their special abilities is you have a natural attack with thorn or spines. Fragrance pheromones may give luck to others through their pheromones. And then you have a chance to hide by standing still in outdoor settings.
Well, since its agility is 3, it's never going to move.
Anyway. And then I'll have to do the other characters in there. I think Melvin is a pure strain. So
Melvin and Ozzy are pure human.
All right.
So they're not very awesome, except for Melvin. Melvin's pretty cool. He's got 3 hit points and 11 armor.
Yeah. And yours doesn't have anything in here, so I would just... I don't see any 0 level for some of this stuff, but I guess you could do XCC 0 level and that works the same. I know it says X crawl, but it doesn't mean anything for you. And then we'll change the character once we get over there. Oh, it says. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make Melvin a movie star. That was. Anyway, we aren't going to worry about him too much because you don't have these abilities until you turn level 1.
Yep.
He might
Once
die.
you turn level 1, then you're basically a character class. And you get all the bonuses for it. So
The cool thing about Melvin is he has got a -2 to personality. So he's probably very smart but obnoxious. Actually.
There we go. And Roach. Was Roach a mutant or a Manimal? OG.
Roach?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Not mine.
his
Really
fourth-
noisy when I'm chewing those things.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Kept myself muted. You asked what?
Is Roach Meth is an insectoid, so he's a mutant. Okay, good. That works out well for him. I don't have to change him.
Yep.
Cool.
I've got the other characters named in the other sheet.
All right, cool. we'll get to those in a little bit.
All right.
So Shadow, what are your what are the other two guys that you're going to have?
If we're going off the same sheet, the upper pure strain human with the 10 strength, named Deuce,
Okay.
and then believe it or not, the one under that, the other pure strain human with the 17 strength, is Doris.
Okay, that's fine. That's all right. Hopefully the ownership is all the same here. Like I said, I'll go back in tomorrow and put in all your equipment and stuff. Actually, you know what I can do? Let's see. Items. Membership. Changes. I hope that works out. Let me know if you guys can see into if you go into your journals, not journals, but items. What items you guys can see?
Under equipment?
Yeah, it'll be under journals. You should be able to see. Just tell me which folders you see.
Well, I see character equipment, Plantian mutation skill.
No. I'm saying you should have a
Journals, I only
no. So right now those are under actors. Go
in
ahead.
journals, I only see the core textbooks.
Under items, I think he was saying.
Under items, yeah.
I see armor, equipment, occupation items, and weapons.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I see that.
If you open those up, can you see what's in them?
Like banded and shield and unarmored and all that.
Yep. Yes, exactly that.
And there's all sorts of little axes and flails and staffs, all sorts of stuff. Stuff I don't think our characters have yet.
You may have some of them. That's what I'm asking.
Occupational items.
But you can see them, right?
Different color.
And they'll have like
Yeah, so if you can see them, that was what I was really trying to do, because a lot of this stuff is hidden unless I open it up.
Wait, under actors?
Under items, right below.
Right below it.
So George, I'm going to ask you a quick question. If you open up one of your actors,
occupational, ammunition, armor, equipment.
Can you drag and drop one of those items onto your character sheet?
Oh, let's see. So I'll pull up.
No, because they don't show up at the same time.
Let's pull up dog.
Yeah, you get the you can open up. Yeah, if you open up your actor, it will show
items
up as
and flint. Was it flint dagger? Flint dagger.
Yeah,
so
yeah. On the side tab, I either have.
Flint dagger. Yeah, it just did that. It did something here. Yeah, it says flint dagger. It doesn't say much about it.
Okay, there you go. That's exactly what I was
plus
looking
0
for.
to hit.
So if you guys want to equip your if you want to put your equipment on that way, that's the way you do it. So basically, open up your character sheet. Your character sheet should be in the middle of your screen. Don't close it, and then go over to items. You should be able to drag and drop those items into your character sheet.
I pull up actors. I have my character sheets on the sidebar.
Go to actors.
And then click the equipment tab.
Double click your character sheet. Yeah. No. Stop. Click the character sheet. So click the character you want to open up, and it should bring up the character.
And then click here.
Yeah, it should give you that kind of sheet right there. Yep.
Then you just go over to the thing.
Yeah, so when you're under actors, open up one of your actors, and you should have a sheet that comes up. And once your sheet comes up, you can then close actors and then get your items and drag and drop them onto your character sheet.
So dog, large knapsack.
And I think that should allow you to put all your equipment in there. And then I don't have to mess with it.
Leather sack, large leather sack. Reminds me a little bit of Morkborg.
All right, let me look at yours, OG, and we'll start naming your characters here.
It didn't do
That
it
way I
that
don't have to
time.
put all this stuff. You guys can put all your stuff.
I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good. All right, George, let me put in your characters for
It's
this.
not doing it now suddenly. What the hell am I doing wrong?
I can't find large leather sack. Oh, sack large. Here we go. Oh, yeah, that's
Oh.
probably it.
Okay.
Containers. Is that under there? Oh, there we go. Let me trash that. Delete that. Oh, little large sack.
Yeah, well, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's not here. Maybe it's under.
Water.
Well, let's
cans.
see. Which character are you going to open up? Give me your character name.
Oh, I'm
Which ones you
going.
got?
I'm doing Doris
Go
for
fast.
whatever reason, and I don't see like a bag
Okay.
of shells
No.
or
Doris is fine.
paints and dyes. I don't see those in the
Oh,
equipment.
okay. Well, let me see. Yeah. Well, that should be under those under occupation items.
But I have the water skin, so
Yeah, no. So if you open it up under occupation items, it will have the bag of seashells.
okay. What the shit?
Oh. What's going on?
Well, I can't scroll down on the list of stuff that after I click it and drag it over there. I can't scroll
Yeah.
down past a certain point, so I can't tell if it's
Okay.
going on the list or not.
Oh well. So the item for like Doris, if you go to equipment, yeah, I can scroll down. So right now that's what I see for her. She's got a dagger for ammunition. She's got a water skin, and that's actually you're right. I can't. What's going on here? Okay, you know what? I just had to expand it. I do see that she has a large sack.
Mm-hmm.
It's a container, but no mount.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now the bag of shells, paints and dyes, and water skin and dagger. Which are about all she has. What? Large sack, dagger.
Yep.
I don't see the large
Bag of
sack.
seashells, paints, and dyes.
Yeah.
Is dagger and flint dagger the same thing?
Flint daggers has a chance of breaking.
I don't see.
But if you want to, just drag it and say dagger, and you can always modify it for flint dagger.
Yeah, I thought I did it for the dog, but not this one.
Let me see. The flint dagger's under occupation items. That's why.
Ah, okay. Okay, flint
That's not
dagger.
right. Where are all their stats all 10s?
Which one? Player, what, 9, 10, 11, 12? You know why? Because I have not put their stats as anything. They'll let you. Can you modify their stats?
Let's see. Character.
So I think that you
Doris.
can change their stats up. I gave you ownership, so.
No. Well, wait. Nope, I can't do
So
it.
if you click on the stat next to it. Really? Let me check.
Yeah, I've got the cursor
Oh.
line like blinking in front of the 10. I try and type in 17, won't do
Yeah.
it. I try to put it in back of the 0. Yeah.
That's weird. Let me close Doris out. Let me close Doris out and reopen her.
This one character has 2 leather shields.
Hey, you're right. For some reason, I don't know why I can't get Doris to do her stuff. Oh, that's why. You know what? You have to make the screen a little wider. So drag the bottom a little bit to the right. And you should be able to modify it that way. I just was able to modify yours.
Yeah, it's
Right.
not doing that either.
Well, it did do that. Okay.
I
Well,
can't
tell me
I
what
can't make it
Doris's what is Doris's strength?
17.
Oh, what? Okay, what was going on with her?
Oh, it also says Dungeon Crawl Classics. That's weird.
I know. It's well, I can do. Let's see. Why?
Yeah,
I
don't worry
agree with you.
about that.
There's something going on with. I was able to do with everybody else.
I can't.
Yeah,
I
oddly
can't
enough,
change
it's-
the hit points, armor class.
Yeah, let me.
Let me go into
me try
Deuce, which is the next.
Yeah. Go ahead and figure him out. I'm not gonna.
I can't do it. I can't do it with him either.
Oh, you know why? Hey, Shadow, because I'm in it too. Let's see. Let's see if we can do. Let's see. You should be able to. Yeah, I don't think if I'm in there or you're in there, we're able to change it. Let's see. I can go back to Doris. What was Doris's strength again?
17.
You said she was 17. What is her agility?
14.
14. Okay. What is her stamina?
15.
15. What is her personality?
10.
10. Intelligence?
8.
8. And luck?
10.
10. Okay. All right. And then let me make sure I put the maximum 17, 14, 15, because your stats can go up and down depending on what you're doing. Like if you do a spell burn, it's a temporary loss of stats. It's not a. And, oops. There we go. Okay.
Hey, RPG Grandpa.
What's up, man?
It's interesting that he's on ours. Okay, cool. So I just got Doris in there. Are you able to alter Deuce or not? For Deuce, what's his strength?
I'm trying, but are you there on this?
Yeah, I'm on it. 10. Okay, well, that doesn't change anything. So 10. Well, what is going... Hey, Shadow, log out. Turn off Deuce.
I did.
So close the sheet for Deuce. Okay, well, let me come back and let's see if
What's
I
up,
can get
Grandma?
him in there.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, I just modified his stat, so it should be 10 now. Let's see if
10,
you can go
12,
back
13,
and
15,
modify
8,
it.
10.
Well, it looks like you did 12 and 13, so go ahead and do the others in the bottom there. All right, George, what is your player name for
10, 12, 13.
for your? Well, actually, you know what? We'll go with OG here. OG, what are your characters' names for?
On the other sheet.
Yes.
The plantient fungus is Gus.
Okay, so we'll do Gus. Let me just minute while I configure the sheet here. He will be a plantient. Okay.
The hog manimal is Vine, Svin.
Okay. And then he's a he's a manimal?
Yeah, he's the hog manimal.
Okay.
So that's Vine.
All right.
It's kind of a
All right.
good one.
And the other one?
Then I got the cheetah manimal.
Oh,
Okay.
cool.
And name is Chet. CHET.
All right, Chet.
I almost took that one.
All right.
That was a good one.
I was either going to be that or Spot. You're going to see Spot run.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's Manimal. Okay, and the next one?
The last one, the pure strain human, is Gary.
Okay. And we'll just, while it says mutant, just ignore that. Once he gets a character class, he'll change up.
Okay.
And make sure that they all have, that you're owner of all these. Okay.
I was looking through the equipment, and where it says dagger, flint dagger, I could only see dagger. So I just assumed the dagger.
Look under occupational items. It's under
Oh,
occupational
okay.
items.
All right.
Yeah, there's several. Oh, that's where that's from. Okay. I just put large sacks, but not large leather sack. I
Okay.
have to go back and revise all those. So that's also an occupational. I think most of these things are occupational items. There's a lot of repeats on some of my characters.
Sure.
But
Yes.
I guess you can always pass them around to somebody else if they need it. There's one.
Yeah, I'm looking at like for
Yeah,
Gary there for the pure
just
strain unit.
play like I do.
Large shiny
When
thing.
somebody
Large
dies,
shiny thing.
take all their shit.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Okay.
This guy's got an AC
When other
that's
characters
actually
die,
pretty-
just take their shit.
leather shield.
I've been in games lately where the best shot was off the other characters.
Oh yeah. All right. OG, you should see all 8 of your characters. I believe you have full ownership. So if you want to change their stats up, feel free to make them what they're supposed to be. George, do you have
Only
names
7
for your other 5
Only
people?
Yeah,
7.
yeah. Okay, so I don't know if you.
Oh, let me double wait a minute. Let me double check. Which ones do you not have?
Okay, so Gary, Guts.
I see
Envy.
Chet, Gary,
Oh, no,
Gus.
Envy's there.
Okay.
Gary's there. Chat.
All right. I thought I'd done chat, but we'll do configure ownership and boom.
Okay,
There you go.
he is. Thanks.
Okay. All right. George?
Okay, so page 45, if you're following along that way, or just Dan.
Okay, give me just a second to get to page 45. Okay, so page 45. It looks like a pure. Okay.
Yeah, pure human,
Go for
strength of 14. Dan.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me just. You can call him Dan.
Yeah, rhymes with man.
All right.
Dan the
Let me do
man.
this one. And I'm just put in Dan. You can change up their stats to match what it says there.
Okay, yeah.
There you go. She said Dan. So who's the next one?
Below Dan is a manimal,
Yes, we are, Grandma.
Okay.
warthog subtype. So I think of him like
No,
an
they have
orciform
yet to
quark
they have yet
with
to
a KWORK, quark. He's pretty tough. He's got 5 hit points.
Yeah, that works.
All right, and let me get ownership. There you go. He should be showing up for you now.
Yep. There we go. Dan and Quark are here. Oh, it's alphabetical. That's
Okay.
why. It's like, I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah. Sorry about
that's
that.
okay. That's fine. So the next one is a mutant, and the form is condensed ball of clothed plasma. Just gonna call him mummy for now. Like I'm picturing him
Okay.
look like ball of plasma wrapped in like mummy.
Umra.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess he's a ball.
Well, we got
of
one
plasma.
of the Thundercats, you know.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Does he have to be a ball of plasma?
He should be showing up. You see him? There you go.
And the last guy is canless because he can't open up cans. He's a mutant with no fingernails.
Oh.
I have a feeling he's going to wear gloves or something just to kind of pass.
He's probably got the most hygienic fingers in the wasteland.
Yeah.
He just paints the tip of his fingers to make people think he's human. No, I'm not a mutant.
He's got a high agility.
Well, believe it or not,
Yeah,
my grandpa,
one of my
my
strongest.
grandpa lost all his fingernails. He said it was from firecrackers. I don't know that I believe him. I think he was a mutant, but he had no fingernails my whole life.
Oh man, I remember so many kids growing up like dropped sewer grates on their fingers, like lost the tips of their fingers and stuff because like, oh, the ball went down the sewer grate. We're gonna lift up this 300-pound thing. You hold it. I'll reach in, plunk.
Yep. That was like, I remember that, man. It's like as kids, we used to just tackle problems. We didn't go run down an adult and get them to do anything for us. It's like, no, just do it.
Okay, so George, do you see all 8 of your characters?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Memo 2. What was the last one? The last one was called Canless. Yeah, there we go, Canless. Okay, yeah, they're all there. Great. I'll just start adding the stuff then.
All right, so Shadow, let's see, what page are you on?
18.
Have you been able to update all your characters?
I put their stats. I just finished putting their stats in.
Okay, cool. All right.
Haven't done the equipment
Sounds
yet.
All right. Well, we're going to do your next 4 characters here, and then you can. So, what are you going to name your first character there?
Let's see. Look on the sheet.
I'm just going to put everybody on here.
You know what page is what? Page 45.
Go back to dog.
The first one on page 18, 17 strength is Cinco.
Okay. Let me go look at it. All right.
Like,
so this will be Cinco. What is he?
Pure strength human, 17 strength, top of the upper left-hand corner of the page.
Okay.
It's like the
All right.
the princes in Stardust. What's it called? The Neil Gaiman like fantasy story.
I have no idea.
All right. He should have just showed up. And the next one?
Next one down is another plant, grapevine. 6 SIX, 10 strength, 7 agility, 13, 8, 9, 7.
I'll let you change up that. I'm gonna do the configure sheet.
You're gonna do what?
You said he was a plantient. So I'm configuring the sheet, and then I'm going to configure ownership, and then you can do all of the put in all the stats and stuff for him.
How do we put the mutations into the sheet, or do we need to?
You would probably put it under just where it says.
Because I mean, you can manually write it in there. There's like mutant periods.
Yeah, that's what I would do for this, because this is just purely look. It has no effect on the game per se. Once you get mutations, once you get like the real mutations, those will give you like bonuses and stuff. Okay. We have 6 in there. Do you see him, Shadow?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. The next one?
7.
All right.
Pure strength human, 10, 12, 10, 9, 3, 11.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you put the stats in there. I'm just trying to make sure I put in the configure the ownership here. Okay. you have 7 in there, and then your last one.
I believe it's a mutant.
Okay.
Yeah. 8, 18, 9, 5, 19, 15.
What do you want to name him?
I honestly don't know. Just put 8 for now. EIGHT. I really.
All right. Well, the reason is I'm trying to get it so you can identify which ones are which instead of just.
I made cards, and I can go back and forth.
Sure.
Uh,
Okay. Do you see all 8 characters under under the stuff?
hold on a second.
You should have like 1, 7, 6,
Under
3.
Yeah, my screen's
Should have
freezing up.
somewhat.
It's hard to go back and forth. Yeah.
Sure.
Cinco,
Okay.
Doris, Deuce, 1, 7, 6, 3.
Well, you said tree, not 3.
Yeah.
So,
But there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 7 characters here.
okay, which one am I missing? Configure ownership. No, you're good there.
4.
For 1. Configure ownership. No, you're good there. Configure ownership. No, you're good there. 6. Nope, you're still owner for that one. And then 3. No, you're an owner for that one. So I count 8 characters that you have, and they should all be showing up for you.
Look at on my. I've got it starts Cinco, Doris, Deuce, 1, 7, 6, tree.
Okay, so for some reason 8 didn't show up. Okay, good. All right, there you go. There, now you should have a total of 8. Okay. And now you can put in all the stats and equipment and everything. Yeah, so.
Also, where do I enter my birth sign? Is that of any importance? Okay.
That should be in your luck at the bottom, where it says lucky roll.
Okay.
That's where I would put it.
Are you still in the sheet? Because I can't.
And you'll just have to
Yeah.
I'm not in any one of the sheets. Which sheet are you in? Because you might have to close it.
I was trying to go into
Try
Cinco
close it
and
reopen it.
won't let me modify it.
Okay. Well, I have you as owner. So let's see. Yep.
Damn, the backup disc is a good birth sign.
Some of these are like really good birth signs, and then you get like negatives.
Yeah.
You're like, no.
Yeah. Rough.
You know, like the Warbot one, it says crit hit tables ×2 for your luck modifier.
Well, the Eco Bot, you're getting -1 to your hit points every level, or the Bunker, you're getting -1 to your AC. It's no fun.
That's yes. It's always up to your modifier, and your luck can go up over the game. The game says if you complete like heroic stuff, is your permanent luck goes up.
I see. So it's basically your sign determines what it affects, and then your luck determines what the modifier is, right?
Correct.
Cool.
Correct. And pure strain humans can regain their luck, but like Plantians and Plantians can help everybody, which makes them really useful, and they regain their luck. So like if you look under some of them, it's
Well, yeah, the Nuclear Winter, all attack rolls get affected. That's pretty wild.
oh yeah. Well, to give you examples of what the combat can go through, let's see, for like critical hits.
Ragnarok is melee damage rolls. That's nice.
Well, if you get bonuses to crits, that's really powerful.
Well, my one character is a 17 luck, and they got the birth sign is the Hunter, so it's just like attack damage for 0 level
Ooh,
weapons
that
plus
is
2.
nice. Yeah. So what it means is whatever weapons you have at 0 level, that's what you get the bonuses towards. So if you get new weapons after 0 level, then you don't get it for those bonuses.
Oh, okay. So it's just the weapons I start with at 0th level,
Yes, correct.
not the class of weapon, just the specific ones I'm holding on to, right?
I would do it for the whole class weapon. If
Okay.
you have a flint dagger, then you always get a bonus to flint dagger.
Okay. So that's kind of limits
I'm
you.
not
You're
gonna
always,
be-
it's like, yeah, I'm good with this flint, this broken beer bottle. That's what I'm going to use for my career. It's like,
Well, like someone has a telepathic rat, and the rat gets its own attack.
yeah.
I don't know if any of you guys have
This
a
guy
telepathic
almost
rat.
he should have been called Flint
Now,
because like that's what he's known by. It's like,
Well, you guys can rename your characters if you want.
well, I kind of like
like-
Fine because he's like the
like
hog,
Larry,
so it makes sense.
Yeah, if you want to name them Larry, Daryl, and Daryl, like they were doing.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
thinking Larry Flint, but okay.
Well, this is Daryl, and this is my other brother, Daryl.
You
Yep,
play
you're
Adam, Daryl, and Daryl
Being
doesn't
ready.
have AD&D.
This guy doesn't have a bag. The other guys can spare one.
Just take one off a dead guy.
All right. Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be plenty.
Plenty of dead guys or
Nine,
plenty
10,
of bags?
6.
Or both. After a while, we're going to have to.
Well, one has
Whoa.
We're going to have
Yeah.
bags full of
One
dead
guy.
guys.
Body bags. There we go.
Yeah.
So, for example, just let you
that's
know,
literally it.
when-
We came equipped with our own body bags.
So, just so you all can hear this, so like plantients get 1 to 3 mutations when they hit first level, and menimals get 1 to 2 physical mutations and 1 mental mutation when they hit first level.
Oh, cool.
And mutants get 1 to 3 physical mutations and 1 to 2 mental mutations when they hit first level.
Whether you like it or not.
Yep.
You're on a ride.
And then it says you can use glow burn when you activate a mutant power. So some of them are permanent. If you do permanent, then you just roll once, and that's what you get.
But some mutations can be permanent.
Yes, there are several mutations that are permanent.
Is that because they're so horrific?
It can be. You have positive and negative mutations.
No, I know that's the way it's always been with Gamma World,
Yeah.
etc. But I mean, are there any permanent good mutations, or are they all just crap? And that's why they're
No, they're permanent good mutations and permanent bad
oh,
mutations.
okay.
So one of my mutants, he's just a ball of plasma. So how does he has
Yes.
a spear. So does it just kind of stick out of him, or is we
No,
just
Have you ever seen Drayla? Have you ever seen a Drayla site for Star Frontiers?
Drayla site? No, but I can look it up.
Yeah, if you look up the Drayla site, that's what I was thinking of for it.
Okay.
Yeah, so like here's one. It says heightened intelligence, and that's permanent. So
Okay.
Are we using
like
archaic
theoretically,
Or-
it's
Sorry, go ahead.
well. This one's funny. Is if you get a high enough on heightened intelligence, the mutants. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Perspicacious intellect seems almost godlike with an intelligence score of 24. Artifact checks automatically happen for all tech levels. Mutants cannot be surprised.
Question: are we using archaic alignments, or is that something we come across, or it's part of our background, or something?
In this case, you're going to be. That's your alignments are going to be in who you align with. So it really won't matter when you start off because you're not aligned with any of the AIs.
Okay.
Whereas if you were doing in the original DCC, then you're aligning with either the chaos or good side. But in this one, you're like, well, I'm aligning with this AI, and then I align with this AI, and then I align with this AI, and hope that they don't conflict with each other.
Yeah. Well, because they'd be conflicting in your head if you've got them inputted in your head, right? Is that what you're saying? Like you basically is it
Yeah, and that usually applies to
interlock? Like you've got a interface with the AI, so they could compete against each other within you. Is that what it's not?
yeah. So that's really going to apply more if you're a shaman than anything else.
Okay.
Otherwise, the alignment really doesn't matter. I mean, you can put it down if something happens, but yes.
What's the key stat for a shaman? Personality?
That would be intelligence.
Okay.
Because intelligence determines your wetware programs, how many you can have. And what level you can get them at. Plus your AI artifact check bonuses.
There's no wisdom equivalent in this system, is there? It's like personality is
No.
your charisma. There's no wisdom equivalent.
No, I think it's either going to be intelligence or, yeah, it's going to be like the equivalent of your intelligence.
So it's more of a brawny game because they took away one of the intellectual stats, basically. So they brought it down to one kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, your luck is going to be the biggest factor for this.
Well, luck is cool.
Because really
do
what
a lot
it is
more
is,
with it is with a mechanic to add that to the game. I can understand dropping wisdom.
so personality takes the place of charisma and willpower and wisdom. That's combined.
Okay.
Because personality affects your willpower saves and also affects how to persuade others.
Mhm.
But yeah, for the most part, unless you're physical, it shouldn't matter too much. If you have bad physical stats, then probably a healer is a good one to pick.
Mhm.
It's
What's a good healing stat?
if your stats are terrible, then probably a healer is a good one to be.
Oh,
Low requirements.
you heal
If
yourself.
you're a human,
Yes.
though, right?
Yeah, if you're human. Yeah, if you're not a human, then your mutations can raise your stats or lower your stats. Your stats can go up and down throughout the game. And if you ever become to the point that you lose all your mutations, because there's a chance of losing your mutations, then if you're a plant, you become a plant. if you're a manimal, you just become a then you revert back to being an animal. And if you're a mutant, you become a pure straight human.
I won't be able to resist myself.
Imagine that you're a plant, you run a plant character, and you revert back to just a plant, a house plant.
Yeah. I mean, technically, the other characters can carry you around until they get another radiation, and then
Zone, they look for, like, actively seek out radiation and hope the alpha omega effect brings you back to sentience.
Yes, exactly.
That's you would think that would be like the one thing that can't happen. You know what I mean? It's like through no fault of your own, you just became a vegetable. That's pretty fucked up.
All of a sudden, when you see him just go over, they just become a barrel cactus. Like, damn it, we got to now pot him up and take him around with us.
I wouldn't even do that. I would just serve them up as the next meal.
Anyway,
You weren't a character.
hopefully, you guys are able.
All right.
What's that?
You weren't a character anymore.
And well, it's up to your character. Again, then it's up to the party. If the party says, "Well, we're going to plant him in some place nice, so he can overlook, and get sunlight, and we think that there's some water here." You know, if the player says, "Hey guys, I want to play a different character," then you're like, "Okay, we'll just plant him over here, and we'll,
All right.
we'll plant him in our base." He can.
So I think everything is here. I got the equipment and the stats inputted. Anything else we need to input?
If you have all your equipment and you put in all your stats, you should be okay. And then you might want to put whatever lucky signs in there too.
Oh yeah.
And then your all languages, everyone gets new speak. And then if you get a bonus to your intelligence, then you can speak additional languages. I think it's the way it works.
Reflex saving throw +0. That sounds like nothing.
Well, yeah.
Where are the signs?
And then make sure that where it says you're permanent, you know, under the stats, it's really hard to see, but under your like where it says maximum, to put your maximum stat there. Because when you do spell burns, or what they call glow burn in this case, so you do glow burn, you can cause the mutations to become more powerful by reducing certain stats, or some things may be temporarily lowered.
Maximum stats. I don't see it here. Where would that be on my?
No. Under the sheet on Foundry.
Yeah. Oh, I see where that is. But where it just says 10 on all of those. I don't see what I have to enter into them.
Oh no! Just put your normal stats right now because you haven't.
Oh, okay. So it's like okay. So it's maximum is 14. If it's like 14. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not a big deal until we really hit first level, and if you want to still play the same characters.
Where would you add their sign?
Down on the
Sign,
lucky
I would
roll.
just put in the lucky sign at the very bottom of the sheet.
Did you see it says burst sign / lucky roll? So you can just put it in the lucky roll.
Lucky roll. Okay, doesn't see.
Yeah.
Okay, it just says lucky roll on mine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
The scientist. The scientist. That was a weird video. I remember he's just walking backwards.
I remember the Mad TV version. I never actually saw the original.
Yeah, I can walk backwards.
I love that show. That show was so good. For a long time, it was better than SNL.
Yeah,
you know, it really was.
Yeah, I mean, SNL really lost.
It crapped the bed
Especially
after
they
the
became
mid-'80s, I'd say.
that was at that time. They had SNL, Mad TV, and where I was, they had Howard Stern had this weird when Howard Stern was still funny. This weird show that
That's
was like
going back a ways.
Yeah, it wasn't even the E show. It was like a show like on Channel 9. Like it was like
Yeah.
I don't know where it was on your channels and stuff, but like in New York area, it was on Channel 9, which is like like one of those. I think it became UPN or one of those things, one of those like later networks.
Quick question with the character NV. You've got him down as a Plantient, but I think he's just a normal mutant.
Oh, is he? I can double check.
So, because that's what it says on my sheet, the actual sheet I printed.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll change him.
There's a character though that is a Plantient. It's
Okay, which one's
Gus is the Plantient.
All right. Did I get Gus as a Plantient? Yes, I did.
Yep.
And you said Envy is a mutant?
Yes. Because the dead giveaway for me was a Plantient showed up in the tabs on his character. I'm like,
Yep.
no, I don't think he was one.
Here, let me give you mutant.
Here, I'll close that out because I was putting all the
There you
equipment
go.
in. Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I just put Envy in there. He should show up now as a
Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's fairly painless putting the equipment in. Like it's fairly simple inventories. Like,
Well, yeah,
that's
'cause you
one
get
thing
like
I do
three
like.
things.
That,
yeah, it's nice.
well, I mean, even when I was doing stuff for Axe and some of the other stuff, just the drag and drop is really nice. You just have to put the equipment in there, but.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and what's nice, this is, when I talk about time versus value, I buy the, I do buy the modules for this. And so then that just, I'm like, look, it saves me so much time from having to manually put the stuff in. I'm like, here we go, drag and drop. Makes it easy on you guys, makes it easy on me.
Yep. That's why I'm trying to work away at that and get the character sheet finished. It's also very handy that most of the things we need to drag over tend to all be in the occupational items folder for the most part.
And this is maybe my fault. I could have probably simplified it, but I put things in there just in case because it includes all the monsters and everything. But I can, like, if I wanted to, I just, turn off everything. So, okay, there you go. You only see what's in the MCC.
I find it's handy because you have that tab occupational items, and most of the items I'm dragging over I can find all within that one tab, which is making.
Oh, exactly. Well, and if you look down, the telepathic rat is kind of cool.
I'm sorry.
I thought someone had a telepathic rat in here. I don't think anyone.
A telepathic rat?
Yeah,
I have two.
It's in one of the sheets.
You have the dog and Canless, the mutant with no fingernails, has on.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it says loyal pet with 1d3 melee bite attack. Which, considering 1d3 bite attack is enough to kill anybody.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, don't double cross me.
That's right.
Yeah, what the heck was the name of that movie? That guy that hung out with all the rats in the house. Can't remember.
Willard?
That's it. There you go. We got our Willard. You should have called your guy Willard.
What would happen to life?
Or Ben.
Ben, blah, 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 blah.
Oh.
Was that Michael Jackson?
Didn't Michael Jackson have something with one of those two movies? Yeah. Ben or Willard, I'm not sure. Like he did the music.
Yeah, I think he sung Ben. I think he sung like like in the 70s. He sung that song. Not sure if they're the same story or the same movie or something. Or like remakes, maybe. I'm not sure. Willard, remember, had what's his name? The dad
really
from
skinny guy, skinny tall white guy.
The dad from Back to the Future.
Dad from Back to the Future.
Crispin Glover.
Yeah.
He was in that movie. You ever see that movie River's Edge with Keanu Reeves?
Oh yeah, he played a creepy guy in that too.
Yeah, like I kept like trying to protect that. I guess like he was like, oh, got to protect my friend, kind of thing. But the guy was like a serial killer, basically.
Complete piece of garbage. Yeah. That's a creepy movie. I remember seeing that when I was a kid. Like I think I was about 8 when I saw that. 8 or 9.
Yeah. That's how we dressed back in Jersey back then. We all had like construction boots and torn leather, torn denim jackets and.
Okay.
I was looking. Okay, so this one doesn't have the same thing the DCC does. So DCC has the ability, which I think is really cool, where you get another. You have what they call the D die, and when you attack, that gives you special. Like you call out what you want to do. And if you get high enough, then you can do it. Again, if any of you guys, when you want to do first level, if you want to become a DCC character or anything else, you're more than welcome to. Like you're like, I want to be an elf. I'm like, okay, you can be an elf.
Yeah, maybe Quark will become an orc.
Well, as long as if you're an animal or planted, you won't. But yeah, that's the other stuff.
Yeah,
It's only if you're a pure strain human or something. But no, I'm saying like if you don't like the characters that survive, and then I'm like, okay, if you want to pick another character, feel free.
So are we playing next Saturday or Saturday after?
Yes, No, I'm going to make it so y'all. If you guys get all your characters set up, we'll play next Saturday.
Okay.
I just have to populate the map. The map's not that big. I mean,
All right.
let's see. Just give a quick emphasis. That's the map. It's big enough, but it's enough that we should be able to do it in 1 or 2 sessions.
Oh, I was thinking this is like a separate thought, like separate game. But I remember
Sure.
Shadow was kind of like deliberating for a long while on how to go with the Planet of the Apes. Why don't we just all play like apes, take the angle of like we're all like hunting humans or something, like instead of trying to do the human things. That's so hard to work the human thing, but you can probably have a lot of fun with the whole group apes thing.
Well, if you actually read the books, they recommend playing more, generally not mixing them all up.
Yeah, because that'd be tricky mixing them.
I mean,
But it makes for a lot of role playing, but just a lot of it within the group, probably even because of the dynamic. But you'd be like humans that either are completely mute or whatever, or you'd be like have to be an astronaut. And if you're going to be an astronaut, then that sets you at a certain time, unless you like alternate the storyline and have more of a team of astronauts come, and they've been reproducing with like the natives and bringing back the ability to talk and all that stuff, and you could be like 3 generations into that and playing that timeline or something.
Well, what I would do is, if I really wanted to do it, is you guys just wouldn't be playing in North America.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you got to remember that in Planet of the Apes, everything takes place in New York.
In that area, yeah.
It's a very small area, and the whole rest of North America, from Canada all the way down to California, there's a lot of crap that can happen, and they don't even touch what happened in the rest of the world. If you ever played, what was that game, that video game about diseases, and one of the diseases was vampirism, but one of them was also the ape uprising. My boy used to play this game.
Are you talking about Outbreak?
Yes, I think it was Outbreak.
Yeah.
He played it, and one of them was Planet of the Apes, one of them was vampires. Different. There were different ones, and we have no idea what the apes were doing, in Germany or South America or whatever, right? Or even the humans, sure, the nuclear fallout or whatever that mutated everything, hit, messed up the whole world, right?
People are assuming that the ape thing would be in the other continents, but it may not. Like, I don't think the apes are flying planes over there, and it was a thing because of a leak and an issue and a virus in America.
Yeah,
See, I have no problems doing stuff as alternate history anyway. Who knows how many times people came in, they like killed them or lobotomized them. You know, so you know, you can do whatever you want. That's
you
the
could
thing
you
that
could
I
easily
look at.
run
It's
it very very Fallout like, where there's like full
Yeah.
enclaves of humans with no mutations. You could run it. You could literally run Planet of the Apes with this game, MCC or
Yep.
Gamma
Yep.
World or whatever. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure we ran a Planet of the Apes game with Gamma World. Um, but it was just like what do you call it? They awoke from their sleep chambers in a fallout shelter, and the apes or other things had been completely, kind of not completely obliterated, but there were other mutant animals and things like that as well as apes, and some of the apes were like leftovers or descendant from the apes that caused the catastrophe. There's so many things you could do by like literally combining Gamma World, Mutant Chronicles, Fallout, and Planet of the Apes.
Yep. You
You
could
know, you
literally
could
make some
easily
candy from that recipe.
They wouldn't necessarily have to even be astronauts. They could literally be, people from the game Fallout, or people who were, cryogenically frozen for other reasons, or they figured, the nukes are coming, get into the sleep chambers, and will wake up when the radiation's, down to a certain level, and you could easily have like an AI computer like Holly from Red Dwarf that's been awake the whole time as your GM advisor, and you've got your little underground base, but your crazy AI. You guys remember that Twilight Zone with Lee Marvin?
Nope.
The one
Not
where,
really.
where the old guy would go up to the cave and talk to the ancient one, and Lee Marvin was like the last
No.
guy from the military. Oh, it's a great Twilight Zone about after the blast and the few surviving humans. The old guy in the cave would tell him what canned foods were safe and whatnot, and Lee Marvin said, "Screw it, we're just taking it all for my men." And then they ate the radioactive poison canned foods and all died. And it turned out the old man in the cave was just actually an AI, like a computer telling the other guy, the shaman. You should definitely look that one up, Omen, for running like MCC. It's like you can tell that game or that video, that episode of Twilight Zone has got so many connections to MCC.
Oh yeah. Look, MC. I mean, let's see.
It hits a lot of
Let me look
genres.
at the
Like,
appendix.
it hits a lot of
It might be in the
post-apocalyptic.
Appendix M. Look in the Appendix M.
So right here, this is what it recommends: Planet of the Apes, Omega Man, Zardoz, A Boy and His Dog, Wizards, and Damnation Alley for their they call it Appendix M, as in
Yeah.
not N
Yeah.
for this one because it's
So
monster.
I
But
watched
then
all
the-
those. Right?
Yeah,
Did you
no,
guys,
what I'm
did you
laughing
guys
at is-
know that?
Appendix M because it's Mutant Crawl Classic,
Nice.
not N.
Hey, Omen. Did you know Damnation Alley was actually written by Roger Zelazny?
No, it's not. Well, and then
And he hated every second of it.
I
He
heard
was
the book.
embarrassed.
The
Oh,
book
and
is
wait-
better. Like the story's better because they cut out a huge swath of the travel.
Oh yeah. I'll never forget that. I couldn't believe when I was talking to Roger about the scene in Damnation Alley where he's getting initiated and all the biker dudes are peeing on him. I was like, why did you write that?
And the other thing
It's-
too is,
yeah.
didn't they? It was a different cast. Like it was a different group of characters. Were basically the group, and like they made it so it was all military, but it actually wasn't all military in the book.
Yeah.
I heard it was like they're more badass.
Okay, so this is what they're doing, and it says, and they said this is not comprehensive, but I find this interesting for TV shows. Star Lost, which I've never heard
I have.
of. Thundar the Barbarian,
I've heard of that.
and this is probably your favorite for stuff. For comics, it's Kamandi, the
Kamandi.
last boy
Commandy,
on
the
Earth.
last boy on Earth. Yeah, I'm trying
Oh,
to
yeah, I
find
read
the.
every single one of them.
I wish I could. I'm
Cobalt's-
looking for the omnibus. It's great.
And then Cobalt 60
Okay, never heard of it.
by Vaughn Bode, Mark Bode, and Larry Todd. Mighty Samson by Otto Binder and Frank Thorne.
That's going back
And then,
away.
of course, and then we have the Empire of the East trilogy by Fred Saberhagen.
Okay.
The Dying Earth series, of course, by Jack Vance. Hero's Journey, which we read, which I think is a good one.
Uh-huh.
And The Unforsaken Hero, which is the one after.
Right.
No Night Without Stars, which I'm not familiar with.
I bet you James was
And
referencing
then-
that Fred Saberhagen work that you just mentioned.
Yeah, the Empire Fleece.
I bet you 2-1. Yeah.
I'm surprised they
Um,
didn't add Dice Shan by Eric von Lustbader in there. That's very
Well, they have. Again, they said if this isn't
Yeah.
comprehensive, this is just ideas for it. And again, I think that's a good way of doing that. Yeah, it's Starship, Hothouse, and Daybreak 2050 AD, and then No Night Without Stars. But
You know, I'm
They have
surprised
a-
they don't have that Frogtown movie in there.
oh,
'Cause that would be a great one to put in
that's
that.
terrible.
Mhm.
That's a terrible movie. But yes,
or
that's
Cherry
actually-
2000 or Mad Max. Mad Max is probably.
yeah.
I can see why they didn't do Mad Max because it's too car oriented, and they didn't want to make those kind of vehicle rules
Mhm.
because then it would be all
Yeah, they
about
don't-
that. You know what I mean? Mad Max, the whole car thing, the racing and the chasing and all that would just take so much away from this kind of an RPG. So, which is really weird.
I mean,
Gamma World had like
yeah.
one of the big sections of ancient, technology was vehicles, and some of those, at least one of those vehicles would allow you to leave the Earth's orbit and potentially fly to the freaking moon in what was called a bubble car. Imagine George Jetson's car, right? Right?
Yeah.
But it could just also go to the moon if you wanted, or underwater. It's like,
I mean, look, if you guys go up in levels enough, then I'll start putting you to like level 2 for the modules. Of course, there's the Zardoz. If anyone remembers.
Oh
that
yeah,
stuff.
look,
yeah, I've never
Sean
seen
Connery, right?
it. Which is the one? Oh, I didn't bring the module in with me, but did your copy come with a map? Like this?
Of which one? I don't remember getting a map like that. I could have, but I may have missed it.
And then Squirrel sent me one blank character sheet, and then I left the module
Yeah.
downstairs.
No, I don't have those. I mean, I got a lot of the stuff from Mutant Crawl Classics, but I think mine only came with the Dungeon Master's Guide, which this is really flimsy. The other one I got for the first time was really thick. So this was and now if you buy it's a thick one. By the time
This map
you know,
is just like it hurts my eyes.
it does. Yeah, the map is.
It's fucking painful.
Yeah, the
It
map is like
literally,
this right
it
here.
literally looks like that art. If you've ever seen schizophrenics when they do art, this is
Yep.
very, very schizophrenic looking. I'll show you some pictures I have from one of my psychology books. The whole this pink and yellow and
I know. Yeah.
it's so disturbing.
It's- like I said, they go a lot for their vibes, but the game is pretty simple. It's easy to pick up. Once we start running it, I don't think there'll be any real problems. My friend ran me through a game. I guess it was 2 weeks ago.
Janov,
2 or 3.
is that? Hopefully, they will make some levels so we can see some more advanced stuff. Sure, but
yeah.
you can easily go back and take stuff out of the Gamma World modules because there's like 15 to 20 of those, and some of the best ones were the ones that never got printed.
And the other part is when we say make some levels, we're really talking about advanced levels for the characters.
Mhm.
They do not hold back on like what items. This isn't like D&D where you go over like, I don't want this level. You're not getting the +5 Holy Avenger. This one's completely different. Like, sure, go ahead. And
Yeah,
get
yeah,
this. By the way-
that goes along with not just this genre, but everything that wasn't D&D, that wasn't hard sci-fi or Western was like this. All the post-apocalyptic games back in the day, all the Gonzo games, all the mixing of genre games. It's like so what? So you've got a freaking lightsaber at first level. It doesn't matter. You got 12 hit
Well,
points, and the robot's got 700. What are you going to do? You're still going to run.
Well, the other part is okay. You got your energy sword, but guess what? It only lasts for so long before it peters out. It uses charges.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was looking in the book, okay, and it
Yeah.
was saying it was talking about experience points,
Sure.
which I kind of find a flaw I've been noticing in the um, in the difference between like when you need like say 2,000 XP to go up a level between the games that say you need 10 XP to go up a level.
Okay.
Um, in their description of XP and how you get it, etc.
Yeah, it's based off the threat level.
Well, yeah, but it was talking about on average you're going to get to between 2 and 4 XP per session
I thought it said 2 to 4 XP per.
encounter.
Well,
Encounter.
depending on what you're doing.
Yeah, per encounter.
Yeah, it depends what you're doing.
Yeah, well,
per encounter.
it was very.
I hope that you guys are only doing one encounter per session, because then we'll never get through a module.
Well, yeah, there's that, but it seems to me that you could the players could potentially go up really fast compared to like when you need 2,000 then 4,000 then 8,000 those kinds of games. The DM has a lot more control over how fast you advance. You think that's accurate?
Well, D&D is the same thing. If I want to slow progression for levels, if in D&Ds, I just don't give out as much treasure. I mean, to be fair on that,
right? But because it was about multiple ways of getting XP. Here, it's all and like Savage Swords and other games that I've noticed where it's like you only need Savage Swords less because there was no levels, but 10 XP you could do something with. All day long. You could literally just go, well, I'm just going to get every skill in the book at first level. I'm just going to keep doing that with all my XP. When you guys finished that campaign, there were a bunch of you that could literally have bought 20 first level skills. There weren't, but you could have. You see what I'm saying? Right. Whereas here, you get 10 XP, you're going to second level. Okay, cool. And in as much time or less, you could get to third and fourth. It really isn't going to scale like it did in the old days where like you'd be playing for like a year between 10th and 11th level.
Yeah, but
no matter how much you played, you see what I'm saying?
I'm going to look at the experience points levels once you get up to those higher levels. I mean, when you start looking at experience points at those higher levels, it takes forever. Especially when you're looking at how many points you're getting per, let's see, where's the XP? Wherever it is. But I mean, if you're starting to look at it, you're what, almost 1,000 XP to get to 10th level?
Well, yeah, but then you retire because there's no more levels to be gained, right?
Why? I don't understand why you get that idea. If you want, to me, that's the goal is, okay, you hit your maximum level. Either you can keep playing at that level, or you're going to retire.
Yeah, well, I mean,
or you might retire at a lower level. It's just
right. Well, with the kind of game like this, there's no the kind of power creep doesn't exist.
You keep on mutating. If you're a mutant, you just keep
and
on.
If you're not a mutant, if you're a pure strain human, you don't want any of that. You know what I mean?
If you want to avoid human, then you probably. Here's the other part, though, is
you'd be looking into
keep on going up with mutations and stuff. Or we say mutations, but there are things in here that allow you to actually like gene resequence. You can get different equipment. I don't look at levels. To me, I like having a stop. Okay, good. You're stopping. That way it's easier to balance. It's easier to deal with. I don't like this idea of like, there's unlimited levels. Like, why? It doesn't really add anything to it.
No, because unlimited power.
There gets to be unlimited choices as your power increases, right?
Well, your power is usually gained by items at that point, or your power is gained through character level.
So that's about levels and more about status. You play a status game at high level generally.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, how much status can you get in a game in a post-apocalyptic scenario where any kind of advancement beyond a certain point would get the entire rest of the planet on your ass.
It doesn't get
To
the
keep
entire
you-
rest of the planet on your ass. You're probably doing the exact opposite. Now you're doing.
You could be
you're
worshipped like a
ruling
god by the whole
whole
planet.
continent.
Well, yeah, maybe, but I see it
It's a
more like
reset. It's
more
reset.
like the rest of the world ganging up on you and your enclave to keep you from doing those things.
Well, yeah, but that's not any different than real
It's
world.
kind of like Fortress America. You remember that game?
Yeah, but that's not any different than the
You
real
get to a
world right
certain
now.
point.
Yeah, it's.
You become the shiny house on the hill that everybody want to come to and appease so that they can have a part of the happy
Or
life.
take down.
Well, yeah, but then
There's
that
always
makes
gonna
it
be
more
people that
interesting
will
because
wanna
now
take
more
it
of it's political.
Mhm.
The problem is that all too often people look at individual power and like, yeah, but that's not. Why are you even messing with most of the stuff? At that point, that's why you have henchmen and lackeys.
and
It's not.
outposts and like push your
So
power
that kind of
outward.
keep running into you, man.
Project
It's like
power.
the
when
fourth
you-
time I've seen you today.
I mean, when you start looking at some of this, not in this one, but if you actually look at DCC, it talks about if you're 10th level, you're like once in a generation, not even in a generation, you're once in an epoch level of character once you hit 10th level.
Could be.
And that's why I don't, I actually like levels, when things stop at levels. Like, okay, at that point, you're not chasing levels. Now you're chasing all the stuff that isn't directly related to stats, which is why I like that. It's like, well, what are you doing? Oh, okay, well, I'm going to go find the only way to get more powers. Okay. Search out for more artifacts. Let me go find this. Let me go find that. Let me start making alliances. Let me start doing all of that stuff, which is not, it's not that you can't do that in most level-based systems, but most of the time people don't focus on that because, well, I want this next level.
Well,
of stuff.
there are some actual level-based games that forbid it until you get to a certain point. Like the Ranger, in a lot of systems, you cannot build a home until you get to a certain level. You literally cannot do that. You have to keep
I
moving.
understand. Yeah, but then that's but that's my point. That's why I like other systems a little bit better than what Gygax did with D&D is fine, but I think that what people have done after him have done a much better job for things.
Well,
and
some
to be
things,
fair,
yes, but
always
others,
that way,
absolutely
too.
not.
It's like
Well, I
once
mean-
you have the perspective of the people that come before you, you can just keep advancing,
Yeah.
and that's how the leapfrogging always works. There's no dig at Gary because of that. It's just that's how
No.
everything works. It's
no,
a
but
group collaboration, creativity in a way, improving.
well, that's what I
things.
said is people have built on a lot of the stuff there, and he did it. And let's be honest, once he got to about 1980, he was more focused on doing all of the multimedia stuff, with the cartoon and things like that. Then he
Yeah,
was
Hollywood.
he
computer
was
games.
not he was no longer the game designer at that point. He did
Yeah.
some
You're
of his
trying to
stuff.
grow the brand into like
Yeah.
whole other mediums at the time.
Well,
and
didn't he go on to work on a few other with a few other game companies after TSR?
Well, yeah, because he'd been
Oh, yeah.
ousted from his company. So there was Dangerous Journeys,
Dangerous
which I call, which was a
Journeys.
completely different game system. I don't know if you guys ever
And
tried it.
didn't he work with CNC as well, Troll Lord?
Yeah, he did before he died. But CNC is very. I mean, that's more D&D basically. But what I'm saying, but if you look at Dangerous Journeys was very different than the other game systems he did.
I haven't been able to find a copy of that.
I
would like to
had a
see
copy
that.
of it, but I don't know. I'm sure that we can find a.
PDF.
Well, even again, I don't really care in
Guaranteed
some
to find.
cases, but that's the question: is does drive-through have that?
That's a good question. I guess I can go looking.
Or whatever it was.
Why is it with
But-
drive-through RPG? They always want me to click the thing and verify I'm a human. It's like
I know, and I just did that with you guys. I had the original with it, but it was a very different game. What gets me about it was, they kept suing him because he did the game. Like the game wasn't even based off of D&D. When you start looking at the mechanics were completely different. But I'm surprised that they don't have, PDFs of that. And I don't know what his wife did with it. So,
Yeah, Grandma, I really, really am not a fan of games where it's all about just the gear that makes you, you know, more powerful. Because there's just, I mean, what kind of gear? I mean, your gear can only be so good. I mean, unless you're handing out like Iron Man suits every weekend, you know. Here, you get a Mark IV, you get a Mark IV, you know, um, or you start going into like intergalactic conquest or corporations, and you're building this and you're building that. Uh, you could still be taken out by one of those little hunter seekers from Dune. You know what I mean? Or a poison pill, or you know.
But see, I kind of like that though. At that point, is hey, look, there's still threats, there's still dangers in your world.
Yeah, but I want that danger to be because freaking Galactus came knocking at my door and said, "All right, let's go."
But see, I found that boring myself. Once you get that level, I find it boring.
But that's stuff that can never happen. The stuff that can happen kind of bores me, you know. Well, you got shot. Okay, you're dead. Oh, okay, that was kind of anticlimactic
Anticlimactic
after
is what you're
playing.
saying.
Yeah, after playing, for like 3 years this character, and then you get taken out by. It was like, remember Supernatural? How Dean died.
No, I got tired of watching Supernatural after a bit.
You saw it, OG?
He sacrificed himself for Sam.
No, he didn't even do that. They were fighting some mundane vampires, and he slipped and fell and landed on like a nail in the back of sticking out of a piece of wood from the barn, and he just like kind of impaled himself from behind on something. And he's like, "No, no, Sammy, just let me go. It's time. I'm tired. It was only like 4 hit points of damage, but
Well, see,
you know what I mean? It was
see,
so
no. What
like
you're complaining about is stuff being anticlimactic. That's different than to
Well,
me of being dangerous.
yeah. I mean, if I've been playing a character for like a year, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna die, and I die because I rolled a 1 on a pit trap, versus like I was fighting my arch enemy, but he beat me. That's way different. That's worthy of retelling the story. I'm never going to talk about that other character who rolled the 1 again. I'm going to try and forget that shit because that was like a
Well-
waste of my time.
Well, I mean, that's when you got Sherlock Holmes when he died. That's what you want. Is you want the climatic death, but that's very
It's
different.
something
than me.
worthy of retelling the story. You know what I mean? If it just turns out, well, that was just it was fun hanging out with you guys, but I don't even want to make up a new character because I'm just going to be reminded of that shitty character that I spent so much time on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it too much, but to me, you have the epic death. It's
Well, I mean, once you get to a certain point, you kind of earn it.
right. I'm not disagreeing with you that. Well, your real complaint isn't that you're dying against Galactus. Your complaint is that you die from something mundane, like being mugged behind, the Walmart. That's what your complaint is. I'm like, I don't want the characters to die because they got from Walmart. I'll be honest, that was part of my problem of why I didn't like Tomb of Horrors. Oh, you're 11th, 10th through 14th, and we're gonna do all these traps. Like, that wasn't fun to me. I much preferred Against the Giants, which was of a similar level, because you're actually fighting giants. They're going to be invading, into the civilized lands. The same thing with Against the Slavers. You're fighting against the slavers because of this.
The threat they represent. Yeah.
Yeah,
but even that was kind of weird. The fourth module, it kind of dropped the ball.
I didn't mind the fourth module, but again, it was a tournament module that they made into a module for it. But I actually enjoyed that because 4th through 7th, you're still going to have that threat there. But then if you make it through, especially with to give it away is. You have lava coming out and everything else, and you fight, and you get to meet the slavers on the boat, and then you're like, okay, we get to get revenge on them now, while they're trying to escape. That to me is, that's much more epic than oh look,
Sure.
you got killed by the, like I said, Tomb of Horrors to me was there was 3 total monsters in there. I'm like, where? That's why I did not enjoy the module at all. Is
Well,
there's no,
it was literally, as someone said, a gotcha dungeon.
it was, but again, if you had enough retainers, which if you're ever going to do something, why would I not be having all my retainers with me? And if I'm 10th or 14th level, I want epic. You know, I don't know if you ever looked at U1, 2, and 3.
Saltmarsh?
Yeah, that was an epic.
Great series. I don't know how it ends. I've only got and been through the first 2,
Well,
but
the
it was
third
really
one,
good.
you're fighting against Sahagwin. And we're not talking like a few Sahagwin. There's like 200 of them in there. And, you know, your job is not even to kill them. Your job is to scout them to allow the army to come in after them. Don't get me wrong. There's big fights. And I was listening to Yale Geek talk about it when he was getting in there. And they had 20 or 30 characters. And they were throwing flaming oil. And they were running out of water-breathing potions. And they had to be careful with the Sahagwin coming up the ship. And I'm like, yes, that's what people want whenever they're playing a game. So that's the problem that I have with it is, you know, if you're just going to make it, you know, I didn't mind. I don't know if you ever read the Desert of Desolation series. That's another one.
No,
I
I didn't. I wanted to though.
The Desert of Desolation series. The
I
first
think I
one's
have
called,
one of them.
well, the first one's Pharaoh. And Pharaoh, you are going out and you're trying to, you know, the Pharaoh literally like materializes as like a ghost in front of you, and he says, "I need to go and rest, and you know, to go to the afterlife and rest." And so the only way to do that is to plunder my tomb. That's right. And when the characters go through, depending on how they hit it, they find a Efreet, and they release the Efreet, and the Efreet laughs at them and says, "Well, thank you." Well, you're like, okay, fine. The Efreet leaves, not a big deal. Okay, unless you're really trying to fight. But the Efreet's like, I don't have time to deal with you petty mortals. I'm going to head off, and he leaves. You're like, okay. Then you plunder Pharaoh's tomb, and then it allows the water to come back and help re-nourish the land. But the Efreet then goes on like this spree of killing everything, and then you're supposed to get Martek, I think is what his name is. You're supposed to find him.
I have the Lost Tomb of Martek. I have that.
The Lost Tomb of Martek is to bring Martek back basically from the dead to banish the Efreet. So
George, you still there with us?
It sounded like you did.
Are you having troubles?
I've been doing a couple of things. My wife's still has a few, you know, she's going to bed, so I set up some stuff for her, so I turned it off and.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going to be shutting down. I got church in the morning, and it's almost 9 my time.
You know, and this other part with RPG Grandma, it's like, if you're doing training, and this is why I didn't like, you know, the difference between basic and AD&D. And, you know, I was hearing people say that they rushed Unearthed Arcana, and I thought it was interesting because Unearthed Arcana came out at the same time as the Masters did, and the Masters brought in those weapon specializations, which were so much cooler than specializations in AD&D. And why in the world they didn't? I forgot what his name is. Is it Jeff Block? Whatever the guy does that does Adventures Dark and Deep. Like, why did you take this? You should have been using the Master set as your basis for your weapon specializations, where not only as you get more specialized, it does more damage. You get additional attacks. You get special ability. Yeah, it's like so.
So I've got my characters all filled in, all their equipment's done, sheets are good
fantastic.
to
go. Yeah, same here.
Homework is done.
Oh, fantastic. Well, no, I mean, I appreciate that, guys. That really helps.
Saves you time.
Yeah, what I'm going to try doing is I'm going to try, I mean, I have little tokens for your characters, but if you, Joe Block. That, because the other thing is what Joe Block did, I'm going to mention this for Adventures Dark and Deep. He did the I don't know how to pronounce it, but the Wuxia version. And I'm like, okay, you had this, and you had Oriental Adventures, which gave you, you know, different proficiencies to learn how to do attacks and everything else. And when he did his Adventures Dark and Deep, he just ignored that whole thing. Like, really, dude? You could have done so much with this. and you just ignored it. Yeah. And that's sometimes, and to be fair with this is, the only reason I'm mentioning Unearthed Arcana and Masters is because they came out the same year. And I think actually Oriental Adventures came out the same year. They're all like 1985. And so you had all these different systems, and I just thought weapon specialization was the most uninspired. Hey, you get bonus to hit and additional attacks. Hey, you could have done so much cooler stuff with it.
Yeah, but it would literally require a rewrite of the entire system.
No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't. You do it in Oriental Adventures.
Which was a whole new system.
Oriental Adventures was not a whole new system.
It kind of was, because the proficiencies and all the other stuff that went into it was really not being used in most AD&D games.
Well,
even with the Dungeoneers and Wilderness Survival Guides, a lot of people were not letting that addition into their AD&D games.
It was necessary in some settings, though, like Karatur and the Far East.
Yeah, well, that was the Oriental Adventure setting.
That's what I mean. It's a setting plus the rules for the area, and brought all the weapons, the classes you could use in any setting if you just.
Hell, I was in more games than I can count that wouldn't even let you use the secondary skills.
Actually,
what's in the player's handbook's all you get.
I mean, to be honest, I'm okay with it. Is I don't really like the proficiencies, but my point being is, when you start looking at the masters.
Thank you, Shellback. I kind of agree with that. OA is essentially 1.5.
Well, so is Dungeoneer Survival Guide and the Wilderness Survival Guide. Those are all advanced.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people that did not like anything past the 3 core books in the Deities and Demigods books and the monster books. Everything else, Oriental, Unearthed, Wilderness, Dungeoneers, Greyhawk, Dragonlance. What was the other one? I think, or was there another one? But everything.
Manual of the Plains.
Thank you. Yeah,
I think
Manual of the Plains never got used anyways, because you either had DMs that were playing 50th level games, or you were never making it past 7th level, so you didn't need that shit anyways.
Actually, I liked what they had in the back for it. The problem was that Manual of the Plains was too. How do I want to put this? Planescape did what Manual of Plains should have done.
Oh, certainly.
Because because you had more pages to do so.
Yeah.
But I did really like the back of the book for Manual of the Plains when it gave you the different options for the material planes. When it's like, well, this can go up to so levels for casting. This can only go up to here for this. Where it made the material planes different depending on where you were. And I thought that was actually a cool idea. But there was a lot of, they just didn't have time to flesh it out. That was the problem with Manual of the Plains. I actually liked Manual of the Plains, but it just, you can't do an elemental plane justice by 4 pages.
To be honest, the Manual of the Plains, I'm glad I have it. It's kind of like just stating the obvious. For 90% of the stuff in there, I'm like, yeah, I could have figured that out, or I already knew that. But thanks for codifying it and putting it in print for me. But I'm pretty sure I could have figured out what kind of random monsters to roll up in each one of the different planes of existence.
I didn't even think of that one. I was thinking. I think that a lot of it was that they had other stuff that. Yeah. There weren't that many charts. I mean, I pulled up Manual Planes, and some of it does have to do with nostalgia. And I look back, I'm like, yeah, you did 4 pages on the material on the elemental planes. That doesn't do them justice. I am glad that they did codify a bit more instead of just hinting at things. But
any guys ever play Rollmaster?
I have it. I have Rollmaster.
I have a couple of the books.
Unlimited,
never played it. I might have used
on Foundry,
but
I will say as much as what I did years ago. It was called Gemstone, and they used Rollmaster for their stuff. And I have the PDFs, and I have it on Foundry. So if anyone wants to play it, we can do that at some point. But no, I mean, I like it, but I'll tell you this much: I would never use Rollmaster without a virtual tabletop, because it takes too much time to do the attacks and everything else. Whereas when you do it on a computer, it automates all that stuff in the background, so players aren't looking everything up.
Yeah, because it's like
Grandma,
super
Grandma, I gotta ask us a question. I mean, you've been around forever. I have OA and been poking at it again. Got an itch for a non-Western setting again. Um, how about a non-Earth setting? Do you do that, or do you just, take from the other cultures and just morph them a little bit and go, that's that? 'Cause I would think that you're like, you know, at least once tried, like trying to create a world that's like not just, taking the Earth map, cutting it up and rearranging it. 'Cause I see like that, like that's like 99% of every world I've ever come across.
Yeah, but is that wrong? I mean, what are you trying to play? Is the question. Because
It's
if I'm trying to play
uninspired.
something else, well, but you're saying it's uninspired. But then the point being is, then get rid of most of the character classes anyway. Just use your basic.
Well, I
four.
mean, like I was talking about the fighter. The fighter, going all the way back to, like caveman days, the fighter or the ranger was literally like the first hero, the first,
Yeah.
warrior. There's really not that much in the fighter that it's the equipment that says where you're from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you roll up a fighter and you have no equipment, you know what I mean? You could literally be from any part in the galaxy.
And that was
Yeah.
intentional. That was intentional. They were the fighting
Right.
man. I mean, that
I
was
guess to
Exactly.
tie this into OA and stuff, the Oriental Adventures, like the class kind of sort of has a flavor in different cultural setting,
Mhm.
like the
Mhm.
samurai, but they're not the same. There's always something different. I kind of like the idea of
Right,
like trying
but
to make unique civilizations, but like
Mhm.
pull something that where like you might make a knight or something, but in a kind of an Oriental flavor, but kind of and then make your own thing. I don't know. It's like,
Well, like I got shit a while back because someone said that that all monks, the equivalent of all monks, had to literally be Asian, as in biologically. It didn't matter what world they were on; they had to literally be Asian. You couldn't
Where did it
have.
say that?
No, it was a person who was
I
arguing
know,
that
I
point.
know, I know. But can you like quote anywhere where it says that?
No, he was saying that that's just the way it should be. That all Vikings need to be like more or less blonde-haired, blue-eyed. All samurai have to be literally Asian. You can't have a white guy samurai or a black guy samurai. And if your guy is running around in a grass skirt and a spear, he damn well better be.
People can be adopted into tribes when it's ethnic like that,
Yeah,
and
well,
people can
maybe
pick
one,
up the new
maybe that
adopted
one
skills very
Tarzan-like guy, but no, literally, like it all has to be just taken from Earth. You can't have, you know, Mexican pharaohs.
yeah,
You can't have,
that's a
Well,
little
You
bit.
can have Northern European pharaohs, so why not? When you start seeing all that mixing of things, you could have,
Yeah,
Mexican Egyptians very
that's,
easily,
that's,
You
that's
don't-
kind of my
South American Egyptians very
because
easily,
like I always
Grand
say,
Canyon Egyptians very easily.
in Beastmaster, the king, the young kings, or the king's young son, Dar's brother, and John Amos, those guys were monks, and not one of those two was Asian. Hell, the kid was Jewish. Okay, let's be honest.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, this my view on this is if I want to play a cultural setting, then that's fine. I don't have anything against it. In fact, part of the reason I enjoy them. Same token is I get tired of this is why I like Dark Sun. You want something completely different? Play Dark Sun. Dark Sun had none of that. There was, the closest to anything you had were gladiators. Well, those gladiators were not Roman gladiators. They were, you had feelings of it, but that was about
Pit
it.
fighters more than anything.
Yeah, they were pit fighters, and yeah, okay, you had people, but
yeah,
it's like pyramids. Why did they build pyramids? Because wherever you look around the world, because pyramids sees you at the base, and as you go up, you have less and less as you get towards the top.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
And
Anybody
that's-
dropped
Yeah,
it.
like, even like the term monk, it's so many things. Like monk could
Sure.
be, like the friar in what do you call that?
Robin Hood.
Yeah,
that's the
yeah, like
Dragon
friar.
Slayer.
A
Yeah,
cloistered,
Isn't it
a
Dragon
cloistered
Slayer
monk
stuff?
or a journeyman
yeah,
monk,
the
two different
Dolmenwood. That's the one I'm thinking of. Or could a monk? I mean, the Templars were monks. The Hospitallers were monks. Those were like a lot of those orders, like those like
Mhm.
Crusader orders, were orders of monks. And they're like they're more like maybe a paladin or think of it as a cleric, but you don't have the limitations of like swords and blunt weapons or anything like that. There's
They
so
were
many.
like paladins.
Yeah,
Because they literally tortured themselves over like, am I serving God correct? And they're constantly fasting and dedicating all their life, gave up their worldly wealth. Like they were paladins, quite literally.
yeah.
I'm going to say one thing about Robert Santer here. I don't want a drop ship. I want a ship that flies. Sorry. But no, I mean,
What's up, Aaron?
well, people are saying this Dark Sun borrowed from a lot of stuff, but you know what it also did is it didn't tie itself to anything else. I mean, what were the main things that are talking about in this? What you're talking about trying to do with the beast area? What were the main mounts in that game? They were giant lizards, which, to be honest, most of us took from Tatooine.
No,
know,
I
so
took
there's that.
them from Khazar.
But I mean, but most of us, when we saw the giant lizards that people were riding and they were
Yeah, yeah. You know
pulling
what
stuff,
those
it was from
lizards were called?
Tatooine.
You know what the lizards were called?
Dewbacks.
Thank you. You win the gold star. Yes. Which, if you don't think too hard, is actually pretty racist.
I mean, only if they're crossing over the border.
It almost like remember the South Park of this spoof, the Goobacks. Where
Mhm.
they were going through like the time traveling device that gave minimal GUI.
But I mean, but the whole thing when you start looking at it is like, okay, you don't have your normal birds. You have a lot of lizards and stuff, and it's like, oh, okay.
That's what I thought. Like there were some like closed off areas, like with the whole cannibalistic halflings. It makes you think of like jungle pygmies. So it's not a stretch in a certain time or place that there's like the jungle dinosaurs that survive. So they have that stock that they're using.
Yeah. So the top left guy, he looks really familiar. Are you talking Omen?
Him or him? But no, but no, I'm sorry. When you said drop ship, I was thinking of Mech Warrior, where they just drop them out, and they can fly down and fly up.
Yeah,
but no,
40K's drop pod.
No, if you talk about the game, that's different. But no, the whole point of all of it was Dark Sun was nothing like any setting that we had before, and they didn't relate to any of the cultures. Your elves were not your typical fantasy elves. They were not Tolkien elves. Your dwarves were not the cannibalistic halflings that we all joke about. They are not your friendly halflings in the Shire.
No. It was almost like they literally kind of they took Barsoom and then they like hit everybody with an opposite day ray.
And I'm okay with that. It's different. It was unique. Sure. I like the artwork.
It's like an end of one of the spectrums. Over here you got Tolkien. Over here maybe you got Dropship or not Dropship. Dark Sun. Over here maybe you've got something else.
There's TSR did three post-apocalyptic settings technically: Gamma World, Dark Sun, and Dragonlance after the Cataclysm. They're all basically very gritty settings and places compared to the
even if you look at the difference between first edition and second edition Forgotten Realms, that was supposed to be after a big cataclysm.
Grandma, didn't you see my didn't you see my DM challenge a while back, like last week? I'm trying to put together a creature catalog of not magical, but just like regular critters that aren't horses, cows, pigs, and sheep, and dogs and cats to populate our worlds with like mundane animals that aren't what we use, so that you could like literally populate your whole world with a whole like a menagerie of like 250 entries to this book of just new birds, new fish, new mammals and reptiles, so that because like I was reading a book, the Rift War book, and they were talking about chickens, and I'm like, so every planet throughout all of creation, all the alternate realities, they all have chickens, they all have dogs, they all have cats, they all have goats. You can't like take like 8 minutes and come up with another thing and describe this other creature that's it's essentially it's a cow, but it's not a cow. They get their milk from it, they get their meat from it, they get some leather from it, but it's not this brown or black and white spotted thing with horns. It's a completely different thing, but it's not. But it's essentially a cow. But it proves that your world is not just Earth.
So a
To me, that
minotaur.
just drives me fucking
Well,
bad.
well.
that
My
that's
view
all
on
there
that is if
is.
you're going to do that, then don't allow humans. No one can play a human either. If you're going to change it up, change it up. Stop doing half-ass. Don't half-ass it. If you're going to change up and it doesn't have human animals, don't put in freaking humans.
You know damn well that no one would play that game.
You can make the humans
I
barrels.
always wanted to play that. I am so sick and tired of everyone like, we're going to play a human or humanoid equivalent. The same reason I got fed up with Star Trek. Stop
Humans
having all
are
the
like
damn
zombies.
humanoids. Give me some aliens. Give me some monstrous monsters.
I think he's desperately crying to play Taoslanta.
I'm not even familiar with that one, but that's fine.
It's fine. They are all humanoids, but they're very weird. Very weird.
Well, that's
I
actually
couldn't
part of the
play.
reason I
It's
like
too
Dark
weird for
Sun.
me.
What was one of the races you could play? The Thri-Kreen, which is about as non-human as you can get.
You mean the Frank, right? Let's just
That's from Arduin.
Arduin.
So no, I don't.
They ripped off the Thri-Kreen from Arduin so freaking obviously. They should have been They should have been embarrassed. It was that
everybody
obvious.
ripped off everybody. That's the whole point. That's why.
Technically, wouldn't Arduin have ripped off the creatures from Mars, from John Carter?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they ripped them off. They blatantly stole them. They in your face. They literally, have what are they called, Baron? God, they have literally a green four-armed humanoid giant race of things, but they call them something else. Thrones, I think.
Are they the gray ones?
I forget.
There's different colored Thrones, I think.
Well, let's be honest. In AD, if we're going to look at Dungeons and Dragons in the original white box had green mutant Martians. They had the green four Martians. So, but I really do love. I like Dark Sun for I played a Monty Hall game, which I got bored of it as a DM, and when that came out, I'm like, yes, this is what I want. I want the Mad Max equivalent style. But instead we have, giant racing lizards with, and actually, there's a great thing by, let's see, I remember having as a kid.
Exactly, Grandma.
It was, I think, gore.
No worse than Hollow Earth did. Hollow Earth was it for me. It was just the end for me. Hollow Earth, you have this hollow, society inside this planet of Mystara, right? Which is another planet. It's not Earth, but inside that planet are pharaohs, Vikings, Mongols, Egyptians. Everything from Earth was inside the Hollow Earth of Mystara. I'm just like,
That would hurt my head too. But if it has all those flavors, so you just pick one, and then eventually you kind of get bored with one, and you just jump to another one that you like. So it's like you don't have to really have the whole consciousness of the place dropped on the players. It's just like, as a DM, you use the spots you want to. Start a new campaign. Let's use this area. Campaign like that. That's how I'd run it. I wouldn't run the whole thing. Culture shock.
I've never read Gore, but if you look at the images for Vallejo and the stuff that he has, Gore,
Boris Vallejo.
The Boris Vallejo. This was. Let's see if I can try and see if I can.
Julie Bell.
Are the
Julie
face
Bell.
named after him?
Yeah, I think so. Aren't they? I'm pretty sure they are.
No.
Too
much of a coincidence, man.
But yeah, I'm trying to. But I used to have
Barza,
really
where'd you send the message?
I'm going to ask AI that question.
Which one?
Barza, where did you send that message? If it's on my phone, I don't have my phone up here with me, and I didn't see it on Discord.
But I mean,
Yeah.
just
One of the
example,
things was
because I
like
remember seeing this.
talking about.
I don't know if you guys have seen this. That was from Gore, and that's where I got some.
Yeah, that's off the first cover.
My point being is that to me was as much with Brahm and Dark Sun, because I remember seeing that as a kid. It's like, oh yeah,
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
that.
Whatever the world was called, Gore. It was very much like it was like it's what Dark Sun was stolen from, probably more than anything else.
Oh, of course.
Except they didn't have the balls to go all the way with the. I mean,
But it doesn't
we were
have to.
supposed to, back we were supposed to back then think that all you did was slaves was make them work the fields. You know what I'm saying? There was a whole undercurrent to that that was taken
Well,
from Gore.
there's a lot more whenever you start talking about slavery, because there's different forms of slavery, which I actually, when I was listening to RP.
Well, they were keeping it to the PG friendly kinds.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing the PG-13, but I mean there was a literal supplement of slaves in there. Yeah, exactly. I'll put this in. Yeah, that's true, and I'm not trying to say that you aren't doing it. I'm just saying, if you want different worlds, then go find different worlds. There's enough artwork out there.
I'll check it in a minute.
Yeah.
Garza.
One thing I like to do, and it kind of based on where you're inspired by something that's from history and stuff like that. There's always similar analogs in history. Like right now, I've been working on this like space western thing, and I'm like, okay, the cowboy is like this archetype, but where do you find the cowboy as an archetype somewhere else? And then like try to pull from that as well, and then try to make the similarity. So it's not necessarily your cowboys, but they're the things that you're inspired by. So like I'm looking at like Cossacks as kind of cowboys.
What about the Gauchos?
The Gauchos, yeah, the Gauchos. Australia has a cowboy tradition as well, and of course Canada has this cowboy traditions, and you kind of just got to pull from all of those things, or like let's say one interesting thought is, and when you kind of look into westerns, like Native Americans, like the Comanche and the Cheyenne and all of them, they're basically Mongols. Like they're like steppe people. They adopted the steppe life. So you let's say you want to make a analog for your natives in sort of your world. Don't beat them over the head. Oh yeah, they got buffalo hides and they got this and that. Like you pull these are not these are more like Mongols, just kind of a little in a later period or something like that. It might be, or just pull from what you like of both into it.
Well, I mean, part of it just comes down to
Scythians for that.
Yeah, perfect.
At the end of the day, people want to be at certain, how familiar do we want things? And that's, I think, what really people forget about is, like I said, I like doing Until Adventures. Guess what? It wasn't another setting in medieval Europe. I was like, cool, we get a completely different society. I really wish that they would have done one on India, which they, Oriental Adventures kind of touched on, but it never went that far south. I liked Mazteca, which was the more of the Aztec style. I enjoyed Al Qadim, which of course was that's much more of the Middle Eastern, Arabic style. I wish we had seen more, and I know that there's more now, but I wish we'd seen more from Eastern Europe with the Russians and things. I don't mind stealing for it. And I understand he says, well, we'll do something differently, but also doesn't like learning a lot of history. Part of the reason I learned history is because I want to make things feel somewhat authentic with the, growing up in mythology. I want to be around the Greek gods and stuff like that.
Yeah, same here.
Otherwise,
it's like I've always been into like mythology books across the spectrum, all kinds of cultures. History's amazing.
The Norse stuff. I mean, I love all that stuff, and to have that into a setting doesn't bother me. But again, if you want to do a completely different setting, I mean, that's where Dark Sun came into it. Otherwise, I want to feel like people are stale, but also people want to be familiar enough. Just like we were talking about, so why do we have to have gravity? And so it's like, well, no, you have to have gravity. You can have it in a water world where gravity doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
But it's a whole different way of thinking too. Is the question is how much work does a DM want to do rather than just stealing? And I'll be honest. I like different worlds. I don't want to run a single world. I don't. I want to run.
That's a hell of a lot there.
Yeah.
Bark.
One of my,
Well,
you know, it's a video game, but one of my favorite worlds is the Morrowind, and
Okay.
and it's so like alien, like it's a very alien world, Morrowind. That's why I kind of did not like as it's a good game, but the sequel to that because it looked too derivative of medieval stuff,
Yeah.
or like the parts of Morrowind were like it looked kind of like Roman, but like the culture of Morrowind itself, the Dark Elves, and they say like, oh, it's pulled from I think India, a lot of it, which makes you can kind of see it, but I mean it pulls it, but it's
You
not
know,
like
it's funny you bring that up, George. I think that it really does take like some visual artists to
Mhm.
be able to pull off what you're talking about to make it look like you got to start with a look and then go back
Yeah,
and explain the look. What
yeah,
everybody else does is they just grab the pre-established culture and then it ends up looking like and being what we've already experienced here where like with Morrowind and some other video game settings, they do it the other way around. They want the art director goes, I want a world to look like this. Then figure out why it looks
Right.
like that and why the
yeah,
people behave that way. Why they walk around, dressed like this, or why they ride around on those giant freaking, 8-story tall bugs and shit. I don't, because that's what's there. But you can't explain it.
yeah,
But you've got the look that you want, and you got to go backwards from there to get
yeah.
worlds that you know
It
are
totally.
alien and
There's
strange and
yeah.
new and not just
It was just
rehashing of the same
yeah.
shit.
And then there are like three different like kind of factions that you were kind of dealing with, or maybe several. But
Mhm.
and their architecture all looked a little different. One group was wizards that lived in mushroom towers. The other group was living in sort
Mhm.
of more of a kind of these stucco buildings that looked kind of normal, but not
Yes, the silk
still kind
stalker.
of alien. And the others like lived in like crab-like buildings, made of crab crab shells or something.
Mhm.
I was gonna say crab meat. Just pull a little piece
Well,
off your
I mean,
roof of your house.
if you're gonna, it's
Higher
you have to really know your ecology, and if you start backwards, how do you want to put this? Just like Shadow doesn't like it whenever they, it's like I
Reverse
don't like
engineering.
Bronze Age because they don't wear pants. Like you don't wear pants because it's hot. You know,
I love
but if
Bronze
you go,
Age. That's like that's one of my favorite
but if you
times.
go up north during the
Got trees.
Bronze Age, they did wear pants because it's cold. I mean, those are your differences between your sword and sandals. Like,
Well, there's,
what
you
is your
see, there's a
environment?
difference between
Kilts
wearing
are
a
bred
skirt
from that.
and wearing cargo shorts.
Kilts
Cargo shorts are pants. A skirt is a skirt.
A kilt is
Bronzo
a
Age.
skirt. A kilt is like warriors have carried that from the Bronze Age, from
It's still
basically
a
living in
dress.
hotter climates. It's just not a
Let
skirt.
me ask you a question. I can prove it.
If you don't even know who your ancestors are, you could be insulting them right now.
Don't give a fuck. I don't have two
not a
shits to
skirt.
give
just
about people
laughing at the
who I've
whole
never
thing,
met
which
and
is
are
I,
dead. Let me ask you a question. I can prove it.
my
I can prove it.
Well, they don't
I
care
can prove
about
it. I can prove it. If a Latino is wearing a plaid kilt, is that wrong?
no, because a lot of Latinos are mixed.
But let's just assume this guy's not.
How do I know if he's not?
It's not. It's not. It's not okay, is it?
How
You
do
don't
I know
want to
he's
see
not?
that.
How do I know he's
Generally,
Well,
if
not?
you're
I'm
wearing
asking.
a kilt, you're wearing your particular tartan, and all the families have tartans. So pick a tartan that you descend from. Like
Well,
what
what if
separate
someone's just
clan are
wearing
you a
one
part of?
and they're not? What I'm getting at is if they come from like a completely different place, but they just want to wear that, it's a fucking skirt.
For them, it's a
I
skirt, and they're acting like a tool. You know,
you know what? It's only a skirt if they're wearing
because
makeup.
that's all you're going to see it as,
Give me my
because
point.
it's gender coded through private schools and all that crap, right? So
Mhm.
they've gender coded it. But in reality, men wore that, and women wore way the hell longer garments, right? Because they weren't in the field the same way.
yeah.
I mean,
Generate
Well,
about
yeah.
I'm laughing
point
because he's
area.
saying
Like
that, but
imagine what
I've looked at a
the
lot
heat
of
you
different. Like
generate
I know for
more.
Greek they wore an equivalent of a kilt, but it was blue. There's a lot of stuff like that. It's
All
like
kinds of
okay,
variations to it. It was
yeah,
just a common
Yeah.
thing to wear in those ages. It was very functional.
And
You
you
need
also
your
have
boys to breathe. Your
yeah.
boys had to breathe, man.
You also
Yeah.
had to think of it as a time when like you're like spending so much time just to survive And like free time just to watch like TV is not even like an option. Even if they had a TV, they wouldn't have had like free time to watch it. They had to make their own clothes, and to make a pair of pants versus
It's a lot of
making
work.
a toga or a kilt is like a considerable amount of time. Just to weave that damn cloth. Somebody.
Well, have you looked at Uzi?
Yeah.
Who predates Uzi has pants. If I remember correctly, and that's because it's cold. That's why you're doing it. But
there's the other reason too. Is they're warriors, dude. They're warriors.
Like, what's that?
They're warriors.
Yeah.
Like the movements that you need to be able to make, you can do in a kilt because you can go all the way forward into like an advanced thrusting position, spread your legs without ripping your crotch all out of a pair of pants. Yeah. It's very functional for warriors.
Well, it's also, if you look at it, it's very functional for going up and down hills and mountains. Shadow, have you ever been
where you'd be stretching your crotch out and chafing yourself because you'd be fighting?
Have you ever been what?
Have you ever been chafed, by wearing pants?
Yes,
By wearing pants? No. I've had socks and boots and things like that did it, but that was usually just because the wrong combination. You know what I mean?
I'm going to laugh, but I will say this much. There's a reason I wear boxers, and it has to do with Florida and Orlando being in there for 2 months and sweating. And when I had to remove my underwear, it came off with a bunch of skin. I'm like, I'm never doing this again.
Depending on the fact, the garment that you're wearing and how it's made, it can wear away your skin like sandpaper, depending on the conditions you're in.
And there was like lots of like customs that you might think of almost feminine, but they're actually warrior things, like long hair. Like the Spartans, they all had long hair to keep that bronze helmet from like burning them. Like the various steppe people, clean shaven. Why? Because they can pull your beard.
Yeah.
The Huns even took it to another where they just literally scarred them faces so the beard wouldn't even grow.
Well, I think Alexander the Great told them to shave their beards so they couldn't be grabbed. It was one of them.
Yeah.
There were a lot of things that are out there. Well, what's funny is the color pink was actually for boys in the 1800s.
It's a boy's color. It was exactly because it was considered a diminutive form of red, and like red was always considered the male color. Blue was for girls.
For the Virgin Mary.
Yeah, it was. That's why I always laugh. But I mean, when you start looking at it, is how much you can get in there and how much armor. That's why when I look at the Greek, that I'm like, that actually looks like it can be worn fairly easily without chafing. And you're right. Yeah. It's and the same reason that when you had the sandals is, shoes were really expensive. Actually, even the sandals the Romans wore were very expensive because they put the hobnail. They put the little nails on the bottom
for grip.
Which is fine because it's great whenever you're fighting on normal ground. But there's this. One of them says that there was one soldier who went into a temple where it was solid stone, and he slid on it because he couldn't get a good grip.
It was so smooth. There was nothing to grip. Yeah.
But the rest of the time it was great.
Especially like marble. Forget it.
Well, that's. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But those are.
I have marble. No one asked me, but we have marble floors in one of the bathrooms. And it's the bathroom where the shower is. And I cannot tell you how many times getting out of the shower when that little rug was gone, I almost freaking did the splits in between the shower door frame and the two different kinds of tile. And that would have been a bad day.
Yeah. They'd revoke your life insurance if you wore wool socks. You'd be like walking in there with wool socks.
I remember in Greece.
You mean sock hockey that we used to play in the house? You slid over.
Oh yeah. Or like what's his name in Risky Business, where he just slides across the floor with his socks and his underwear.
to the Bob Seger old time rock and roll song. Yeah.
I remember it was like slippery marble. Like it wasn't even marble. It was literally marble in terms of like what it was. But in going up to the Acropolis, it's like a trail. It's not like a street up to it, and it's all pink stone that's been worn away from people climbing up that path for years. It's the slipperiest stuff that you could walk on. I had
being
sneakers
buffed.
on that. Yeah.
Buffed
Yeah,
and buffed,
thousands of years.
polished.
I did not know those things about the colors.
Yeah, it's that's the
Interesting.
problem is that as everyone looks at it, it's like, well, what is it now? It's like, well, and why do people wear it? It's like, cloth is expensive. If you're going to do things all the way down to the to your ankles, that's expensive. Let alone if it's very hot, and that's why the Romans like if you look at the Romans, if the Romans were up north in England, they tended to wear pants.
Yeah, their attire changed based on who they were fighting. Their technology changed based on who they were fighting. Like they started wearing like more armor when they fought the Dacians, like because of those crazy blades that the Dacians had. Basically, were like a crazy looking hooked sword for coming in and hacking them. And so they had to
like the
change their
compass
entire.
or like
It's a big curve with a curve at the end of it. I can't remember the name of it.
it sounds like a compass,
should.
but it could be something else.
Yeah, but the compass
The
goes
Dacians.
straight and then curved. I think what you're talking about is that they're, and I think
Oh,
you actually
okay.
swing them the opposite way, which is you
Like a
actually swing so the
two-handed
hook comes
sword.
in.
Yeah, so it could basically come over their shield, crank them in the head, and
Like
do
like
all
a giant hand scythe.
Yeah,
in a way, yeah, and heavy. So it was like
Okay.
the big, heavy set dudes like would go running in with no shirts because they were Dacians were kind of like late period Celts in a way, and the way they fought and the way their warrior code was. So they weren't like big phalanx groups or anything like that, like put into rigid lines. They were more like warriors. that
Take
showed
care.
like
Hey, Carza, before you go,
splitting their-
tell your buddy to give me a call like tomorrow or the next day, because I don't know where his number is and I don't know what his schedule is. Scythian?
yeah.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff and history in there. Like I swear, basically the Scythians are the ones that basically kind of taught the Mongol horde how to do things.
Yeah.
And then over like 500 years, they decided to come west after the Scyth, because I think all the Scythians, the royals, and all of them went westward. They're like,
As a matter of fact, Grandma, you are correct.
as well.
During the Depression, the flour companies literally put flour in bags that were made to be recycled for just those things. You guys would all benefit from reading, watching some of these videos that are out about how people used to survive during the Depression and the turn of the century, the previous century, all the different saving methods, because there's a lot of great, obviously prepper ideas, but there's also a lot of great things that you can incorporate into your cultures while you're like D&D cultures or other cultures do certain things, because, right now here, a lot of us are spoiled with, completely disposable society. But most of our game worlds are nothing like that at all. They're not. They're going to recycle every freaking thing down to the, the rags that are left over and the scraps and every little thing they'll find a purpose for.
Yeah, my grandmother.
Well, see, that
made
dark sun is because you are so poor.
Yeah, my grandmother made underwear for my mom and uncles, I guess, out of sugar bags, like bags of sugar. I guess they got from the what do you call that? What's the Marshall Plan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, you'd get your bulk drop off like supplements and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
even architecture,
Exactly.
if you look at like different types of architecture, in which people forget about is, if you look at a lot of stuff in the Middle East, where they have those, they have the towers and you have the air will suck up the hot air as the wind blows and things like that.
Draft.
There's a lot of, that's why I said it's not that I want to get rid of all the cultures, because they're usually cultures also form in their environment. So there's both well, I'm going to say there's usually a religious aspect to it, and then there's also the practical aspect to it for different things. Just
People
like if you
literally
look at the
environment
the Romans,
physically.
if you notice that they have an open, what do I want to call it? Basically, the center is where the water would pool in the middle of the,
Like a
so
cistern.
you didn't have to go out and collect it everywhere. Yeah. Well, I don't call it
Every house
cistern.
had
It's
a
almost like a
cistern.
pool. Yeah, it wasn't.
Well, yeah, kind of same
Yeah.
thing. It's their
Right.
water storage, and it would also cool the house down as well. It was like acted as air
Mhm.
conditioning.
Thanks a lot, Robert. You're welcome to come back anytime and hang out. One of these days, you keep hanging out. We'll invite you on the show and get to know you a little better. Have a great weekend, man.
Those villas were very good for that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that
Yeah,
I
but
think.
but
Yeah.
it's like this for me, guys. If there's intelligent life anywhere else out there, it looks nothing like this,
How do we know?
right?
I can't say what it looks
We-
like.
I don't know what it looks like.
Mine about it all.
Because the odds that it would look exactly like this, like you'd get repeats of exact cultures, is just lazy.
For all
I
we
didn't
know,
say
we
exact
are
culture.
the lonely
But-
life form,
but
but
your
we exist in
architecture
like
will-
infinite dimensions.
But your architecture will generally relate to what your environment is.
To the minimalist extent of the laws of physics, yes, but the
That's not the
designs.
minimalist level. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. Are you doing artwork? Will vary. That will be a cultural thing. But I'm saying, but you actually look at like houses and things. A lot of them will be
Yeah,
very
they're going to have
simple.
walls and roofs and windows and doors and things like that. But the exact shapes and designs of those things might be vastly different. Like when we first saw the round hobbit doorways, most of us thought, "Oh my God, that's really cool." It's totally impractical and ridiculous, from a structural point of view, right? But it still gave us that idea of a different culture that was vastly different from what we were familiar with.
I'm not saying that we aren't, but I'm saying, but if you really want to look at things, is you're going to find buildings will be built fairly similarly depending on where you are and what materials are available.
Mhm.
That's
They're still going to look. I would still think they're going to look different.
well, that's where you
vastly
start. Well, that's where you start getting your culture into it. Your cultures should be worked on, but most people don't want to put that work in there.
Exactly my point. They don't want to do
Well-
the work, and then
well-
we end up with stereotypical Vikings on every fucking planet. That's wrong.
I'm
That
not
takes
even
away
saying it's
from the
wrong.
originality of the ones that are here.
I'm not saying anything's wrong about that. My point
I'm
being is, while
all
you're
for
saying that's
like-
lazy, you still have to get people to buy into.
We have to
it.
read that.
It's still a commercial marketing aspect, and it's a lot easier to sell a Norse Viking setting than it is to sell a setting that has nothing out there. Again, I love Dark Sun. I do, because that was completely different than anything else that had been out there for an RPG at the point. And we'll say mass RPG. I'm not going to say all RPGs. But the problem is how well did it sell compared to other stuff? That's because you still have to look at that. I have plenty of books that are different, but I still want things that are familiar enough that I can explain to my players. If I have to spend 2 hours to explain the setting to the players, they're probably going to get bored and wander off, and they have to have the same love I do for it. That said, is a lot of the stuff we did with John Carter of Mars. It was different enough without being too different.
See, what I'm really interested in is hyper realism to a degree. It's like I want to play in this current reality sandbox without any rules. So it's like, because there's no simulator out there that exists to do that.
Mhm.
Everything else is some other conceived setting. There's no like, just go about what is your motivation in this reality, and like go completely fantastical with it. Like it would just be crazy. Like the things you could do in that sandbox with reality as the sandbox.
I mean, that's
Because
part
of
of the
all
reason
of
I do
our
like sci-fi.
we could bring that to bear, right?
But no, I mean, that's what I like sci-fi for. Okay, we'll go to this different world.
Mhm.
You get,
'Cause
it's
you
not
can
that
have
I'm
sci-fi
against
today.
that people do want to do something completely different. In fact, I love it if people would do something completely differently. But here's the thing: I don't want to spend, not all of us are retired, and I don't want to spend hundreds of hours trying to do stuff in 20 or
Well,
30
that's why I was
years
trying to
set.
get the
Use
folks
AI.
out there that we know.
Yeah.
If think about it, if each person we knew, right, like everybody we know, went and spent 10 minutes using their favorite AI program to make memes and other things, and designed an animal that's nothing magical, nothing special, but just weird and different, and then we had like 250 of those, we could start with something like that. We'd have a book
Oh.
that we could throw out into the community where it's like, well, Yeah, horses are cool, but there's no horses on my planet. Why?
No, I
Yeah.
Because we got six other different things to choose from to ride
No, no.
around on.
No,
Right?
I agree with you on all of that. I'm not saying that. But if we're talking about when you start doing cultural and all the other stuff, that's when I start going through it. You start going through histories, and then you start saying, okay, what is the environment? And don't get me wrong, I enjoy doing those mental exercises. Well, what could I build for this, and what would make sense? Especially if you're going to do a very hot world or a very cold world, that gives you a whole different thing. Are you going to be underground? Looking at the salt mines that they have. I'm still going to pull things from.
No,
from
those are
reality.
amazing. Some of those things are freaking terrifying. Some of the places Squirrel shows me that he works at, you would not believe the things that exist under our planet. Under the surface that different companies, not saying any names or anything, are doing some crazy shit. Elon is,
Well,
That
I
crazy
want.
pipe that
some
in
of those vehicles.
Omen's
Wow.
background.
What's that? Oh,
That crazy pipe in your background. That's like weird, like a weird liminal space.
I'm trying to look. What pipe?
What pipe?
Isn't it your
that's a
the background?
refrigerator.
The background that
That's
you
a
put up when
freezer.
you when
Oh,
no,
oh,
when you put up when
oh, yeah.
I know what you mean. Your
Oh,
picture
yeah,
from
yeah. That was from
the-
Mosul Dam in what they call a. It's basically it's a tunnel. Basically, it's about 30 feet across where they allow water to flow through.
I don't know who
When
Chubby
you-
is. Never met him. Just keep hearing about him.
Chubby
When they-
Funster.
When I think the Tigris gets too far. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I would love to do that, but you never gave us the stat requirements for it.
For what?
You said hold off until I give you the. Stat
You're right. You're right. I forgot to do that.
So stop blaming us for not creating monsters when you're not telling us the format.
well,
The
Oh
parameters.
yeah, I gotta go do that. You're right.
I have my daughter making some space creatures that are for our settings. I can probably make some stats for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Because we all grew up with like the monster manual, right?
Yeah.
And I was talking to somebody today who literally needs a monster manual because they have no clue what to do half the time in their games, because they didn't grow up reading some of those books. I have some other books on creatures, and Grandma's told me about a couple others. Back in the 70s and stuff, there were books out there of just imaginary critters that had nothing to do with actual game material. They were just people just drew crazy shit and threw them in books, and people bought them up, and now you can't find them. But I mean, if we had like that sort of common book that we grew up with, but in the way of critters, weird animals, you could literally stuff like that. You could start making these worlds less just like I said, cut and paste Earth, just rearrange the map, because
I mean,
that's just to me. That's just like that doesn't take me. That literally kills my ability to get immersed into a world when you tell me, they look like Vikings, they look like Mongols. I'm
Okay.
like, that's what I'm trying to get away from. You know what I mean?
I'm not. But my view on that is, I'd much rather, if you're going to do that, just get rid of humans also, because then you cut yourself from all of that. Because if all of a sudden I had Viking lizardmen, it doesn't seem to work for me. That's
But what about Viking Aztecs?
okay. Thank you, Warhammer 40K.
You're being racist.
No. I still feel the same way about Viking Aztecs, because you can take elements without making
No,
them
not
truly-
Viking Aztec, lizardmen Aztecs.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you know what I mean. Lizard. Yeah. Okay.
So-
For Warhammer.
'Cause that's
lizard-
stereotypically what they've always been. And
Well, no, that's all because
everywhere
of
I've ever seen
lizardmen.
that.
That's because of lizardmen from
Right.
Warhammer. But
Yeah.
again, I like.
Or
Hey, come on, have we all watched Fire and Ice? I mean, I still love watching
Yeah.
that stuff.
So
Yeah,
what do
it's
we?
good too.
But the question is, what do you mean by a Viking? Like, is it like a raider, which mean like
no, I mean literally
No,
the
no,
horns
he's
coming
talking
out of the
about
side
Viking.
of the
Like a
head.
Scandinavian.
So
Literally
we-
horns coming out of
yeah,
the side of the head and furs. Right?
But they
You
don't
see that
actually
so-
do the horns
like-
out of the head.
Yeah.
That's all.
But like, let's say, okay, so in Warhammer, what is this? The wolves, the space wolves. They're Vikings, right?
Mhm.
I guess.
Yeah.
But are they
Fucking hate 'em.
too much Viking, or are they?
Well,
Are they
like,
some
literally
like?
way too much.
They're like cross
Absolutely too
Okay.
much. So
So-
they're like
okay.
my least. They're like something I hate the most about all things 40K is the
Okay.
Space Wolves.
Wow.
So in Traveler there is
One of
the
my favorites.
in Traveler there is in the Traveler setting. I've been kind
Don't sweat
of
it.
getting into the Third Imperium setting a lot lately.
What-
They have
what-
the Traveler Third Imperium setting.
Mm,
So
okay.
so they have this thing called Ihate. There's you could be a human, you could be a dog people, and there's another thing called the Aslan, which are like lion people.
Sure,
And the
sure.
Aslan have these things called Ihate, which is they're basically Vikings. They go on raids. They're not
Mhm.
really pirates. They're all second sons. Almost like the way in the Crusade they're pulling on several things. So they are Vikings. There's also a place that's actual little Vikings as well, which kind of, but like they're Vikings in
Mhm.
that part of the setting are like derived from various things, and they're almost also derived from the Crusades, where the guy would have his oldest son, inherit his property, his castle, and then the second son would become a priest, and then the third extra son, he's going to cause trouble, so they send him on a crusade, and then to like make or go on
So-
or out head outside of their borders to like expand the realm and make their own
Well,
features.
that's. I'm literally talking the visual stereotypical.
No. He's talking about
Especially-
he's talking about the actual culture with the gods and everything else, where they have Thor and everyone else.
all that
That's
crap.
what I'm
I don't want
Yeah,
that.
that's what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
that's,
Is that
you're not going to find that elsewhere.
And
Yeah.
those are the things that it depends on what I want to do. Do I want to play in a fantastical Earth setting, or do I want to play in a whole different world, which is what you're talking about, Shadow? And I like both. Just let me know what I'm getting. I agree
Well,
with you.
see, the problem is I don't get
Mhm.
that choice. I never get that choice
What do you
because I can't name anything that doesn't do exactly what I'm trying to get away from. Every game does it,
Dark Sun.
one way or the other. One way or the other, they do
Dark
it.
Sun does everything
Very,
you
very
ask.
few. What?
I said Dark Sun does everything you've asked so far from it. And now again, it's not your kind of thing. I mean, I understand that. but-
Dude, I already live in a freaking scorching hot desert. I get enough of that at home. If it
get it,
wasn't
but-
if it wasn't a desert, and I like I try to create worlds that are very different, and I get it. It's not easy, but to always fall back on the other things, just like it just to me, it just seems like you're not even trying. As a game designer or a world designer, you're not even trying. You're just literally just grabbing something from a history book. I don't want to play history. I want to play, fantasy games that have, as much difference to take me away, so I can get immersed in another place that's not Earth.
No,
Because I might as well just get time travel
I
games.
think
Somebody
most
could
of
just
us
take
are
you back
making
to
fun of
history, and you
the-
wouldn't
the-
know the difference if you haven't studied history. They'd be taking you back to like
I've
some ancient
studied
time, and
enough
you
of
blow
it.
your mind, especially when they tell you it's real.
I've studied enough history, being the age that I'm at, but it just breaks the immersion for me.
Yeah.
I
Right.
want
Well, for me, and I'm going to bring this up because I think I'm not disagreeing with you on that. To me, you should have unique cultures with unique, like I said, we're going to ignore Dark Sun. I agree with you. Too many people are just doing a European copy and paste. They are. I mean,
Yeah.
And when you do Oriental Adventures, they're doing usually a Japanese copy and paste. I'm not saying they are.
Yeah.
And I agree with you on this. Is why don't we do? And again, I'm not arguing with all of this. Is I would like to see other stuff. This is part of the reason I like prehistory, because most people don't know their prehistory very well. We all know like mammoths and stuff like
happen
this.
too.
But if you want to get something that feels very alien while still putting humans in it, that's what, I was joking about this. Pterosaurs. That's part of the reason I mentioned Fire and Ice, is when they do that last thing and they all fly in.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
just perfect. These are, and this is what I'm going to do is, you want to be familiar enough that the players can get immersed, but not so familiar.
Well,
that
yeah,
they just feel
if
it's a
you just start
rehash.
throwing out brand new words they've never heard of, It's like trying to read the Silmarillion. You got to start taking notes. You shouldn't have to do that. I totally get that. But with AI, I know a lot of people out there hate it. But when it comes to this hobby, being able to use AI, and I mean, how many times have I while we were playing, had AI create an image so that I could show you what I was
Yeah.
trying to explain to you,
Right.
and it was almost faster than I could describe it. Because I could just type it out, boom, big giant chick with big old gazongas, throwing fireballs at you guys. Boom, that quick, and it looked better than, maybe my description. I'm hoping.
Well, do you
And we
remember?
now have these tools to do that.
Well, do you remember looking at the old Flash Gordon cartoon
Mm-hmm.
from 1979, or it was in that time area. It was familiar enough with it while also being different enough, and I think that's what we're all talking about. Is I don't want to have to spend long times of doing stuff. And again, when you talk about artwork, that's fantastic for it. I want better artwork than what I saw with the Traveler 2.0. I don't want.
What about the artwork George created for the God Wars?
Again, no, you don't understand what I'm trying to say. Is if you're not doing AI stuff, but a lot of
Thanks,
it just
Robert.
is, can you have good descriptions? This is why I actually like line art better than most of the color art, because it allows my mind to fill in different areas in there. Whereas if you're going to do pure color art, then I'm not using my imagination to fill in some of this stuff. That's why I think that some of the artwork in deities and demigods is fantastic. Not all of it, but some of it is fantastic. Same thing with some of the other stuff. And when they started doing color for 2E, I didn't think a lot of it was any better than the line art that they had for black and white.
I was just talking about this the other day. I kind of think some of the 2E artwork is overrated. Like a huge amount of it is really like watered down, almost Disney-esque version of what D&D should be. It's too colorful. It's too cheery, and all the stuff I saw from not Dark Sun, Dragonlance. It was like, yeah, I can see why they went this way. Moms can't bitch about any of these images. You know what I mean? It was just like cartoonish almost versus like Trompier's picture at the back of the monster manual. That's freaking dark and grungy, and the three guys looking at the treasure chest. That's that's the heart of D&D for a lot of people. That moment they pop open the chest, what's in it? It's
Well, part of the reason I was mentioning dinosaurs is
all the D&D artwork.
Part of the reason I mentioned dinosaurs and insects being great monsters, even normal creatures, is one of the they're familiar enough for us to recognize them, but they're unfamiliar enough that it's like, hey, I want to go play in that world. Which is why I was mentioning pterosaurs. If we're flying the giant eagles, you tell me which is cooler. I mean, I like both.
Thanks, Robert.
Do I want to see a scaly thing out there, or do I want to see something with wings, and feathers? I find.
Well, I mean, like in the Savage Sword game I was running, I did exactly that. I threw the giant lizards as part of the riding beasts for the whole thing, and then you had that opportunity to ride the big flying ones because you needed to get somewhere fast. I mean, think about that. If all the way back in the day of the Player's Handbook, riding lizards and freaking flying lizards had been in the Player's Handbook, yeah, they're 500 and 750 gold. In the equipment list, how much that would have changed things.
Well,
how different from that.
Darkseid had some of that, and then some of it was I saw in like Dragon magazines.
But that was 15 years later.
I understand that. We're not talking of
I'm just saying if.
Well, if it's not that you couldn't have it, people were still writing dragons at the very beginning.
No, what I mean is if it had been put in the Player's Handbook, if someone had thought back then like that, and not just like, let's make it just freaking, it's Europe, but there's dragons and there's wizards. That was it.
But that's
if
what
they had thrown in those giant lizards back then, it would have helped spur imaginations up to this point. Instead, we're going to have to start at this point going forward.
I think that, from my perspective, is I didn't come in D&D at the very beginning. And to be fair, if you look at 74, 75, when you were looking at the white, they had some of those monsters, whether it was the tree ant or whatever. You're like, okay, and we didn't have the multimedia stuff that we do nowadays. Most of us, I don't know for you, but a lot of stuff I grew up was on Vallejo and Frank Frazetta. That's what got me going. When you said fantasy, those were the two that I flipped onto immediately. And then later on, it became Larry Elmore. And then who was the other one? Michael Whalen did a lot of stuff for the Barstool.
Whalen was very good. He did some really good covers for the Elric books.
Yes.
And
Whalen to me, if I was really going to go through with it, but that's what I grew up with, and that's what I always think of whenever you say a non-alien world with humans. Even if I'm looking at an elephant, the elephants did not feel like our elephants nowadays. They would have scars and everything else, and they were tattooed, and you're like, okay. But I'm not disagreeing with you on, don't just copy and paste the Norse and then place them in a world that it doesn't seem to really make sense. I
get, cultures wearing furs and things like that. Mm-hmm. But if you think about and even some of the styles of armor, I get that. They're gonna kind of, maybe all over the place look. You're gonna get some of these forms. But if you think about for example, Japanese culture and style is so very unique that I can't picture it being anywhere but Japan. Anywhere else in the cosmos just seems completely ridiculous that it would be anywhere else. You know what I mean?
I gotta get going, guys.
Oh yeah. It's almost 10 o'clock. Holy crap! We went almost an hour longer. I'll see you tomorrow, man.
See.
You know what I mean? It's so stylized and so unique compared to even the rest of the world, right?
Yeah.
Especially during the feudalistic periods, that to see it anywhere else is
yeah. One thing is it's
hard. The likelihood, you know what I mean, that it would exist anywhere else.
I'm going to bring this.
One thing is, I would say it's really hard to try to come up with something unique that's never existed before. That's one thing. I would say if you take everything that the Japanese do and put them into your fantasy civilization, then that's you're you're pushing it. If you take one or two things that you like about Japanese, maybe pull something else that's a little different, and then you start seeing the consequences of what is different and what does that lead to. Maybe they have matriarchal society because of this thing I like from another civilization, but they have this Bushido culture. What does that do to it? Or something like that. I'm just picking up random things there. But
one other part that Shadow's missed on this. Most of us that were in Oriental Adventures,
Me too, Robert.
that was when you talk about Oriental Adventures or India, that was just as foreign to us as a whole different world because most of us hadn't been exposed to it. We didn't have a lot of cultural interchange, and those were really fantastic stuff. Nowadays, it's been done so much over the last 50 years. I'm like, okay, I'm tired of it. Let's go for something new. I agree.
I grew up watching, kung fu theater and other things in my life. So, even when the OA came out, I was like, I already knew a bunch about that stuff, just from reading about weapons and armor, etc., and mythologies. So I knew about it, and that's why I dug the hell out of it. But there came a point when I realized, hey, wait a minute, this should be, it should almost just be going and going. I'm going to run a fictional fantasy, alternate history Earthgate. You know what I mean? But I don't want to do that because I've already played in everybody else's version of that. Let's try something different. Let's see how different we can get. I mean, we all, someone mentioned Star Wars earlier. George Lucas, who, I don't know about his education, prior to writing Star Wars all that well, but he managed to create some worlds and some cultures from Tatooine to Endor or whatever and elsewhere that were even the whole Rebel Alliance and things like that. Even though he had to use old army surplus things here and there, whatever. He still managed to make us believe that these worlds were completely not Earth. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if that fucker can do it, we can do it.
Oh no, I'm not saying we can. My whole thing is, again, it depends what the players want, but steal shamelessly and picking different societies. A lot of us don't know all of the stuff that goes into it, but don't make it, like you said, a carbon copy where I'm just going to go. Viking, Norse, almost Vikings, you just tattoo them up. You can make them, the scourge of whatever's there. But then, and this is what I know that 40K did, not 40K, Warhammer did. Okay, different gods. They're going to do this. They're going to, and then whenever we start putting the, how do I want to say, when you stop cultural sensitivity and you modify it enough into real villains, not, they're just misunderstood. Like, no. And I was reading The Sword and the Scimitar.
Right. And we should be able to, I mean, we should absolutely do that because, like, I was watching something earlier. They were talking about the new Dark Sun, and they took out the slavery issue back in 4th edition.
They have not taken slavery.
No, they did take
4th edition. Maybe in 4th edition, but I've been reading the stuff that the press release was. Slavery, violence, and nudity. That's what they're pushing with the new Dark Sun. This is the whole idea that they want to do slavery.
I'm not saying I'm pushing any of those things because they need to be pushed, in a good way. They need you need to have bad guys. Otherwise, there are no bad guys, and everybody's a bad guy or everybody's a good guy. You have to have a difference, and that's awesome.
I look at it this way, which is, and you and I grew up on all this John Carter and stuff. John Carter was a slave. Conan was a slave at a point. It allows your character.
It's half a dozen points.
But the whole point.
Conan, Tarzan, freaking tons of people.
But the whole thing I look at for this is I'm going to be tentative. I don't know what it says. I'm curious in how they're going to do it. I want to see how they're going to work it. But this whole idea of like they'll never do it. Well, you know what? If you notice, what happened? 2 things happened in 2024, which were, one is when we had a new.
There's the other thing, because you missed something.
Well, no. In 2024, we had a change in regimes, which removed a lot of money. And what else? What happened in WotC? Perkins and Crawford left, and I listened to one of the guys interviewing the new head of D&D, and he was like, "Yeah, we're going to do this." And of course, I know everyone was complaining about stuff, but I was listening to there was a complete change at the very beginning. Hey, let's all talk about Gary Gygax and what this. I said, you want to talk about someone that went from being completely vilified in 5 years, and then 5 years later, they're all like, oh yeah, Gary Gygax is this. I'm like, I think that they've realized that it doesn't work, and the people coming out of college, which are failing, they can't write. I think they realized that there was not that big push, and when you got rid of Crawford and Perkins, because remember, these are the people that are also hiring all the writers for D&D and stuff. That all changed. And so the new person, and we know that Dark Sun, whenever you start doing these books, it has to go to print about 6 months before, and I'm hearing in early 2027. So for the last year, they've been working on this. Now, could they completely screw it up? Absolutely. But I'm going to be tentative. But I think what they realized was, like everyone else, is we need to have
now that they don't have that U.S. aid money, going into, God knows where. I heard something that just blew my mind because I didn't think about it, but I knew it was true. And I knew how and when they started doing that thing. But like rap music is like completely gone off the charts practically. When it comes to, what's at the top of the charts kind of thing. Because it's not being promoted by that same chunk of money that I didn't want my taxpayer portion going to. I never get a say in that.
Yeah.
But if I did, that would be like one of the first things on the list. Like, I don't want none of my tax money going to rap. Sorry.
Well,
I know what it was designed for. I know who did it. I know why, and I never liked it. And see it, fall off the charts.
Well, my whole point is
same
that all
time
of a
they're
sudden,
not,
all these companies that were pushing this, which were Vanguard and BlackRock and all of that, all of a sudden they aren't doing that requirement that you have to have this or this, and so the stockholders are not, or the investors are not pushing, things that are antithetical to culture, and that's what I'm referring to. But I also noticed that when Perkins and Crawford left, all of a sudden D&D got real quiet about virtue signaling and everything else. Like, not that, and maybe we'll play this game at some point, but if you look at what was it called, Exodus. In Exodus, they don't say a single word about it. When I was reading the book of it, notice Exodus is 100% WotC, but no one's saying anything about their game. No one's saying, because they don't want controversy. They want people to buy the game. And the RPG has slavery in it. It may not be up in your face, but I was reading the.
Thank you, Grandma. You noticed too.
Book, in the literature,
I hope
they
it's not
talk about some
affecting you,
slavery
but,
stuff.
So
it's. I think that they realize that, and to be fair in this, it's just like all the. If you remember the '90s, everyone complaining about having nudity in video games. Oh my God! What are the children?
Yeah, there wasn't enough. Clearly.
I had to laugh because they said the average player was 27 years old, and no one pushed back. That was Fox News, but I was pushing back on it anyway. I said, "Stop telling me what I should have in my games. There's a reason that you put MA or TV 14 or whatever. I choose on what I'm going to watch. I choose what I'm going to buy. And if the parents are just handing the credit card to their kids and not checking out what they're doing, that's bad parenting. I'm sorry, it is." And it's the same way. And I don't, this is probably a little bit before, and I know we all need to go, but I remember White Wolf, they did when it was too gory or too much, even though we're talking about vampires and everything else. They had their Bulldog label. Yep, sorry.
Can you hear us, George? Is that a Gravity Falls shirt you're wearing? Oh, okay. Okay. It looked like the triangle guy. Yeah, you can't hear, or you can't speak.
Yeah, I can't speak, so.
It's okay, George. We're gonna take this moment to say adios to everybody. Have a great weekend, George. Thanks for hanging out. You're looking good, man. You're looking good. Keep up the good work.
Yeah. Anyway, looking forward to next week, guys.
Me too. I'll see you guys tomorrow or Monday or in your dreams. Good night, everybody. Happy
Actually,
trails.
you did a really good job with those eyes.